Close the doors of your mind, all the gates of your mind, from all carnal will, all carnal thought, all emotions, feelings, all desires, all fears. For in the beginning, Bara Yahuwah Elohim, the all of the universe, formed us from His kukla, His wisdom, and allows us to be transformed in our minds and our thoughts, and fills us with His ruach. To those who are willing to obey in sincerity and truth, in ruach and in truth, in spirit and in truth, to walk in the understanding, the kukma, the da'ath, in His malkuth, in His kingdom that's within, to receive a crown of life. That the continual mind of kindness, ahab, joy, peace, patience, meekness, temperance, and most of all, Amunah in His Son Yahushua Mashiach can reign into center of your mind, even as the central sun shines in the center of the earth, that the ore may be within, that the katab, the word may be katab on your thoughts and your mind continually, in the morning, in the evening, at the 3rd hour, at the 6th hour, at the 9th hour, continually. That we may meditate, that we may think on Him even in the nighttime, when we are in our unconscious state, traveling throughout in our subconscious, as we interact with the unseen being, Yahuwah Himself, that He may hide pride from us and seal our instructions continually. We give all honor and praise to the one who lives in the highest Shamayim, who governs all beings, from the highest Shamayim in Arabat, through the 7 Shamayims, through the Rakia and the firmament, to the surface of the earth, to the center of the earth, and to the other worlds and the realms, the one who governs all spirits, all beings, all kings and rulers, and all things that we see and we don't see, even the wind that blows, even the trees that grow, even the thoughts that grow, even the seeds that are planted, whether good or evil, how they grow, and how when it's time for the fulfillment to come, they may spring forth the behaviors, whether they're good or evil. But through it all, through all of the tests and trials and the things that one goes through in life, one can yield their members, their whole composite of who they are, down from the top of their head to the soles of their feet, even through the bottom of their foot, where one can walk on the surface of the ground and feel the vibrations of the very things that He created, that it may resonate through your whole body, that it may resonate through your whole mind, and you can be like a tree planted, knowing that you are a righteous tree, knowing that you are a righteous tree bearing fruit. That fruit must remain continually, knowing that this day, this life, this day of light, this day of ore that shines within, one can radiate and no longer be on the bottom of the table, but be on top of the table, that you may shine. But in order to shine, the Ben Yahusha, the life of the house, the Ben, the Bit, the Bait, the Noon. Behold the life of the house. Behold the life of the house. For life is not in compartmentalizing your life in an apartment and in four walls. Life is generated, and the energy is generated when one expands their wings and they fly. Fly. Gliding on the wings of the wind and the heights of the clouds, that you may be fed with the heritage, that you may be transformed within, that the light of Or from the beginning, when he shined his light in Ruach Marakaf al Panim Hamayim, in the mind within, that the gods, the goddesses, the beings that received the light, for all that received him gave you power to become the sons and daughters of Yahuwah, transformed in the mind to be able to discern between what Yahuwah says, what the All says, and what other beings say. And as we live our lives through the constructs of weaving our way through the web of Satan, the web of the other beings and all the other entities that try to transform and to adjust our lives away from the straight and narrow way to go through the portal gate door, awaiting for the door to open, but so many things on the left and on the right are trying to pull one away. To stay centered and balanced in one's inner man is the way to have that perfect life, to have that perfect fruit, and all the things that may come at you in your natural man, only there to distract you, to take you off balance, but remain balanced. Stay strong and reach for the heights, to reach for the heights, raising your mind, raising your thoughts, raising your frequency, raising your vibrations, raising your hands, and lifting your hands to your Father and Mother, Yahuwah himself. Knowing that love, compassion, humility, forgiveness, no matter what anyone does to you, you must have the ability and the willingness to yield and fulfill the scripture, fulfill the word. Forgive them, Father. Forgive. Forgive. Forgiveness. No matter what, if one is good or evil, forgive. That your mind may not be corrupted by the poison that's on your outward man. That the seed of forgiveness may be sown in every man, woman, and child in your life. And every transaction and interaction and intimacy in your life offer forgiveness. That the seed of forgiveness may be inside every man, woman, and child. It's up to you. It's up to you. For you are the construction project. You are the construction project. Let what you've heard in the beginning abide in you. And if what you've heard in the beginning abides in you, then you are in the Father, and you are in the Son. Transformed in the unity of all things, feeling and seeing in all the things that you see, knowing that these things came to be from the one, the one light, the one Or, the all-parent, gave you Kukmo wisdom and knowledge, gave you a servant in the garden, kind to the tender plants, kind to the animals, kind to each other, raising your family in truth, in all truth, all wisdom, filling the mind with the knowledge and understanding that you may overflow not just for yourself, but everything around you, that you may water the soil, overflow, that you may water the trees, overflow, that you may give drink to the animals, overflow, that you may give drink to someone else, and sharing that all things may live life more abundantly, because it's not about you. When you don't love yourself, there is no way you can love someone else. So be true, children of light, children of Or, strength joined to the mind, children of light, whether good or evil, forgive, love, show compassion, humility. For we all are partakers of the image of Yahuwah, the image and likeness of the One. But all people are not a child of Amunah. To hope on the Son of Ben Yahushua that shined his Or in the beginning, that came down from the Father, that descended down to bring light into the earth, into the home, into the earth, that all may see. And even as he came down in the form of flesh, he took part of the very same that we wrestle with every day. Knowing that our minds in truth, we may walk in the obedience of the One, in love and in truth. That the breath, the Ruach, the Prana, the express essence, the Neshama, the creative intellect of the One may reign inside from this day forward, moving forward in time, knowing that eventually time will stop. Time will stop. Knowing that the counterclockwise motion back to the beginning will be the end. For all of creation groans and travails, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of Or, waiting for one to be light continually. So as we look within the deepest parts of ourselves down to the roots, we'll understand for that nature of ourselves that we so beggingly fear, that evil inside may be plucked up, and that a nice, tender plant may be planted, and that life may be parach, that you may be a beautiful blossom, not to be picked up, but to be seen. So, this Yom, we give all honor and praise to the One Yahuwah, the Yad, Hey, Ya'ud, and the breath of life, the breath of life, the breath of Ruach Kai, the Ruach of life. Let it rain in your mind, Tamim, continually. Let love reign. And as we move forward in compassion, love, and gentleness. This Yum. Continually. Let it be. So this is Wisdom of Solomon, Kukma Shli or Kokma Shli Shaluma. As we always start here. Because wisdom, the beginning, the fear of the one in the highest Shamayim, Yahuwah, is the beginning of wisdom. It's the beginning. It says, wisdom, Kukma, is glorious and never fadeth away. It says, Shamayim is my throne, the Arats, the earth, the inhabitant, this earth is his footstool. He said, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will never fade away. Yea, it says, she is easily seen of them that love her. You have to love. And found of such that seek her, you have to seek with love. You need love, and you need love. You need love within to seek properly. She preventeth them that desire her in making herself known unto them. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail, for he shall find her sitting at his doors. You'll be in front of the tent. You'll be outside the door waiting to serve, as we spoke about before. You'll be waiting to serve because you don't know the day, no hour that the one in the highest shall return, his son Yahusha. So stay ready. It says 15, to think there upon her is perfection of wisdom, Kukma. As the sun rises out of the sixth portal, what are you thinking about? As the sun gets to its highest point at noon, what are you thinking about? As the sun gets to evening time, going back through the sixth portal, what are you thinking about? And saying, whoso watches for her shall quickly be without care. Are you watching? Are you staying awake? Are you watching unto prayer and meditation in your mind? Are you watching for the wisdom, the Kukma, to enter your mind? Will you hear the voice, the still small voice? Verse 16, for she goeth about seeking such that are worthy of her, showeth herself favorably unto them in the ways, and meeteth them in every thought. People, when Kukma meets you in every thought, when wisdom, the word of the bard of the bear, meets you in every thought, there is no way any entity or any being can take over what you have control over. When you're in the word, the bar, Mashiach, Yahusha, the wisdom is inside you. You have the perfect defense house and it's defended. So this is Ecclesiastes Kuhalaf 7:19. It said, wisdom gives strength to the wise, more than 10 rulers who are in the city. Even if 10 men give their strength, 10 kings give their strength to one man, Kukma, wisdom, is stronger. Whether you're in a furnace of affliction, a fiery furnace, or a law is passed, or one tries to distort your mind to get you to yield to a verse, to a metaverse, to a mindset, to fear, to doubt, you'll be stronger. For the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning. The fear of Yah is the beginning of wisdom. Kukma. So Mishali Proverbs 8:8-11. Says, all the words of my mouth are righteous, and there is nothing twisted or crooked in them. See, when you twist it in your mind, you twist it in your thoughts, you be twisted in your mouth, in what you eat, in what you drink, in what you speak. Like they say, what goes in comes out. It says, they are all straight to him who understands, and right to those who find knowledge. Take my instructions instead of silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than jewels, and all that you may desire cannot compare with her. So when you look at a companion, an unseen being, a friend is a companion. Think about it. It says Kukma is better than jewels and gold and silver. When that takes place, nothing in this world can control you, can control your peace, can control your tranquility, can't control who you talk with in your inner being. They can't infiltrate your mind. So the word for crooked is Akish, or Ikesh. It's distorted, false, crooked, forward, perverse. Nothing that comes out of one's mouth, distorted, false, crooked, forward, perverse. These things can lead to certain things in one's mind. But it says, all the words of my mouth are righteous. None of all the words of Yahuwah's mouth, Yah, the all of the universe, is crooked, forward, or perverse, or distorted. Nothing. So the word for straight is nakuak or nakuak. It's straightforward, equitable, correct, integrity, uprightness. If you understand the word of the bear of the bar of the Mashiach Yahusha is straightforward, it's equitable, it's correct what to do. It is integrity. The word is integrity. It is uprightness. It is straightforward. It is equitable. It brings value to your inner being. Wisdom brings value to your inner being. So verse Psalms 111:10 says, the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning, as we always speak. In the beginning, Barashis, Bara, Elohim. The beginning, the house. The beginning, the creation of the gods and the goddesses. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of Kukma because Yahuwah made him. Yahuwah made you. Yahuwah formed you through his son, Yahusha, who came from the highest Shamayim past Pluto, past Saturn. He sits higher than Saturn, beyond the cosmos, beyond the patterns of the galaxies. He sits in the highest Shamayim. As we spoke about before, his son helps him rule the 7 Shamayims through the Rakia, even down to the center, the surface of the earth, down to the center of the earth, even where he went to go preach and teach to those who were once disobedient before the flood after he died. Who do you know can go teach to unseen beings in another world, in another realm, after they've died? Yahusha went down to the center of the earth to teach to those who were once disobedient before the flood. Something for you to think about. As Peter wrote, Kepha, Kaf. Wisdom of Solomon, this is Kukma Shali Shaluma, 6:12-25. Says, "The they that put their trust in him shall understand the truth." So putting your trust in the one, in truth, he said, they that understand, you're going to trust in the truth. "And such as be faithful in love shall abide with him." You got to have love. You got to have love to abide. It says, "For grace or Khan and mercy is to his saints, and he hath care for his elect. For the unrighteous shall be punished according to their own imaginations." Your own imaginations. So what do you own in your mind? What do you own in your imaginations? As the book of Genesis or Bereshith chapter 6 says, every imagination and thought was evil continually. So is every imagination and thought good continually? It says, "Which have neglected the righteous and forsaken Yahuwah." So you think about our imaginations, and you think about forsaking Yahuwah, the one who made all things, who is good. So why would one's imaginations stay good if they would forsake the only one who is good? It says 11 says, "For whoso despiseth wisdom, kukma, and nurture, he is miserable." You have to be. Wisdom is like the perfect drink. It's like the perfect companion. It's like the perfect glass of wine. It said, "Ye is miserable, and their hope is vain. Their labor unfruitful, and their works unprofitable." Because remember, every word, as we read, what he say, nakuak, it is equitable when the word comes from Yahuwah. So if you forsake Yahuwah and his equitable word, then you are miserable, and your hope is vain. Guess what it says? "Their wives are foolish, and their children wicked." You want to understand about the generations that you see today? It's all because one doesn't understand the truth. One doesn't they despise wisdom. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, they despise the Ben Yahusha Mashiach and his father. And it says, "Their wives are foolish, and their children wicked, and their offspring is cursed." So, who are you? your children, your wife, your husband, your family? Do you care about them? Because if you do, you have to trust Yahuwah. You have to be faithful in love. You have to not despise wisdom and nurture and the equitable, the word and kukma, wisdom that he speaks. So, Wisdom of Solomon, Kukma Shli 7, Kukma Shli Shaloma of Shaloma 7, 6 through 14. It says, for all men have one entrance into life, and the like going out. There's only one entrance into life. There's only one. There's only one house. There's only one ruach. There's only one body. There's only one family. There's only one entrance into life. There's only one door. And the light going out. Wherefore, I prayed, and understanding was given to me. Understand that entrance into life is to transform from the seen world to the unseen world, to travel. He said, I call upon all, and the Ruach of Kukma came to me. The spirit, the Ruach of wisdom came to me. I preferred her before scepters and thrones and esteemed riches, nothing in comparison of her. No king, no ruler, no queen, throne. I desire wisdom before a throne, a kingdom, a king, a sepulcher. Before riches, nothing compares to her. Neither compared I unto her any precious stone, no gold, no silver, no archon, no other being to control me. Because all gold is in respect to her is as little as sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. Before Kukma and wisdom that created the earth, the foundations of the earth, the trees, the soil, the rocks, and all stones, sardonyx, beryl, topaz, chrysolite, wisdom is more valuable. He said, I loved her above health and beauty. You want to be beautiful? You want to stay beautiful? Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. If you love her even before your own health and beauty, and chose to have her instead of light, what created light? The Elohims, they said, let there be light. But who gave the light? What gave the light? What gave the ore within? The companion, the friend, his son, Yahushua Mashiach. For the light that cometh from her never goeth out. The light that cometh from Yahuwah himself, his son, Yahushua Mashiach, the son and daughter, Yahushua Mashiach. There's only one father, and there's only one mother. There's only one son, and there's only one daughter. He said, the light that cometh from Yahuwah's mouth, the or, his son, never goeth out. Shaman is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Heaven and earth will pass away. My word, my or, my light, my debar, my debar, my wisdom will never go away. Yes, all things came to me with her, and innumerable riches is in her hands. And I rejoiced in them all, because wisdom goeth before them. And I knew that she was the mother of them. I learned diligently, and do communicate to her liberally. I do not hide her riches, her wisdom, kukma. I do not hide it. For she is a treasure unto men and never faileth. Where are your treasures at? Where are your treasures? What should be your everything? It says, which they that use become the friends of all, being commended for the gifts that come from learning. Learn. You be learning until you travel from this world to the next. You will always learn. Understanding, Binah, Kukma, Da'at. The spherical mind to get to the crown. You will always be learning. Riches, gold, thrones, sepulchres, honor. These things are temporary. You could be the billionaire, you could be the richest man in the world. You can get all the checks you want from face masks, from deliveries. You can have all the residual income you can desire, but nothing compares to wisdom that formed and shaped the whole cosmos, the whole worlds, all realms, dimensions, and worlds. Nothing. This is Ode of Shalama ODE 7. It says, my joy in Yahuwah and my course is toward him. This way of mine is beautiful. See, when you don't forsake Yahuwah, when you don't forsake him, he said, this way of mine is beautiful. Why? He says, I desire wisdom before. I desire wisdom before sepulchres and riches and thrones, even before health and beauty. He said, this way of mine is beautiful. It says, for there is a helper from me. There was not found a help fit for him. You have to have a wise helper. It says, Yahuwah, he has generously shown himself to me in his simplicity, because his kindness has diminished his grandeur. He became like me, that I might receive him in form. He considered like me, that I might put him on. I know that resonated with somebody. That I might put him on. So, have you put on? Have you gotten dressed today? He says, and I trembled not when I saw him, because he was gracious to me. Like my nature he became. As he descended from the highest Shamayim, as his father sent him and instructed him, as he traveled through the 7 Shamayims into the Rakia and entered into this habitable part of the earth, he became, his son became just like us. He said that I might understand him, and like my form, that I might not turn away from him. When Yahuwah sent his son here, he said he wrapped himself in flesh. He took part of the same to reconcile us back to him. See, when you desire something so bad, you are willing to even love things that you hate. You will start loving an enemy. And people will never understand that. Why do you love that enemy, that person that did so much wrong to you? Why do you still love them? Why don't you just cast them away and hope that something happens to them? Something. Why won't you just do that? Let's see. And he who created me when yet I was not knew what I would do when I came into being. On account of this, he was gracious to me. So when we go back up, it says, like my nature he became, that I might understand him, and like my form, that I might not turn away from him. It says, the Father of knowledge is the word of knowledge. He who created wisdom is wiser than his works. He who created wisdom is wiser than his works. Who created wisdom? Yahuwah created his word, his debar, his debar, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Yahuwah, who sits in the highest Shamayim, as we spoke about before, and he is the one who sent his son, who formed the world and shined light throughout the cosmos. He says, he who created wisdom is wiser than his works. Let there be light. Let there be order. He is wiser than all his works, all the things that's created on the earth that you see. All things he formed. All animals, all trees, all fountains, all planets, all solar winds, all cosmic winds, all galaxies, all stars, all lights, even darkness itself. He formed it by his wisdom, his kukma, his word, and he is wiser than all things, all beings, all kings, all gods, all rulers, all thrones, all dominions. He is wiser. So have you put him on? And if you have put him on, are you wise? Why are you not wise? It says, and he who created me, when yet I was not known or knew what I would do when I came into being. On the account of this, he was gracious to me in his abundant grace and and allowed me to seek from him and to benefit from his sacrifice. To benefit from his sacrifice. For he it is who is incorruptible, the perfection of the worlds and their Father. So do you know him? This is Hebrews 4:12. For the word of Yahuwah is living and active. I'll breathe 4:12. For the word of Yahuwah is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and ruach. He even pierces through the two worlds, the seen and the unseen world, and puts his word in between, a mediator between your flesh, your basar, and your nefesh, and your ruach. It says, of the joints and the marrow, and the discerning of the thoughts and the intentions of the mind, the heart. That's what the word, the bar, the bear, Yahushua Mashiach did. When he came into the high from the highest Shamayim, he put a divide. He separated worlds. He says, and no creature is hidden from his sight. You can't hide from this wisdom, this word. No creature, no matter what God or God's status, no matter how many spells one may know, no matter how many sorcery spells, no matter how many gods or goddesses, whatever your name may be, you can't hide from this. You're not hidden from this all Yahuwah, who sits in the highest Shamayim. You're not hidden. No one is hidden. No matter if you're an Egyptologist, you worship Krishna, Dagon, you worship the unseen beings, the gods, you worship in Allah, or you worship another being. No matter what you worship, you can't hide from the one who sits in the highest Shamayim. No matter if you have your own secret shrine in your home, no matter if you go to the depths of the sea, even as David wrote, he said, if I build my house in Shamayim, you're there. Under the sea, you're there. If I build my soul, or I go to hell, Sheol, you are there. There's no place you can hide from the word of Yahuwah, from Yahuwah who sits in the highest Shamayim. Nowhere you can hide. So make sure you do good and obey his voice, because he governs all things, whether good or evil. And no creature is hidden from his sight, but all are naked and exposed to the eyes of him to whom you must give an account. All are naked and exposed to the eyes of him to whom we must give an account of your life. No matter who you are, whether you believe there's an all Yahuwah, there's a God, a supreme ruler, or no. One day you will meet him. And since then, we have a great high priest who has passed through the Shamayim, Yahusha, the Son of all. Let us hold fast to our confession. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sin. So all the temptations and things and of the demons and the gods and all the beings that try to enter one's mind to take control, all the interdimensional beings that try to come and to infiltrate one's mind, to take them from shalom and balance, he was tempted in every respect, yet he still remained without sin. He still remained without impurity. Well, think about it. He remained centered and balanced in light, doing good to all creatures and all humans, showing kindness and letting things and setting people free, because that's what freedom is. To live a life and be in every aspect tempted, yet be with still light, still without doing anything or any creature wrong. That is what he did, because that's what sin is. Sin is what you do to others. Sin is when you don't love. Sin is when you don't show compassion and forgiveness and humility and be a servant. Sin is when you do someone wrong or a creature wrong. That's sin. Because that's the whole thing. When you do someone wrong, when you do a creature wrong, another creature that have the same species of breath as you, that's sin. It says, let us then with confidence draw near to the throne of grace, or Khan, that we may receive mercy and find grace to help in a time of need. He that confesses his sins and forsakes him, he'll have mercy. You confess all the things that you did to someone else. You did something to someone else, you go to them and you tell them, Confess your sins. Confess your sins one to another. Confess what you did to other people. Confess what you did to others, to creatures, to people who have this things and creatures who have the same species of breath. Confess your cruelty to others. Confess your cruelty. So moving on. So Acts 26:12. In this connection, I journeyed to Damascus with the authority of the commission of the chief priests. At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from Shamayim, brighter than the sun, that shone around me and those who journeyed with me. And when we had all fallen to the ground, I heard a voice saying to me in the Hebrew language, in the Abri language, Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me? It's hard for you to kick against the goads. And I said, who are you, master? And Yahuwah said, I am Yahusha, whom you are persecuting. But rise and stand upon your feet, for I have appeared to you for this purpose, to appoint you as a servant. So are you a servant? No matter who you are, no matter what you try to make yourself to be, no one is greater than Yahushua Mashiach, the Master, who was the greatest among you, be as the youngest, and the leader as one who serves. Yahushua Mashiach is the leader. Yahuwah, Yahushua Mashiach, man, woman, child, money at the bottom. He's the head of the body, but he's a servant as well. He's the first in line and he's the last. He knows how to do it all. Do you know how to do it all? Do you know how to be first? Do you know how to say, no, I'll be last in this, but I'll still be first? It says, and witness to the things in which you have seen me. And then it says, but rise and stand upon your feet, for I have appeared to you for this purpose, to appoint you as a servant and witness to the kings in which you have seen me, and to those in which I appear to you, delivering you from your people and from the Gentiles to whom I am sending you to open their eyes. Hagar. So that they may turn from darkness to light, that they may be no longer in earth that's in darkness, that they may longer be in earth in darkness, but light, to turn them from darkness to light. When did it happen? In the beginning. It's always been about the beginning. And from the power of Satan to all Yahuwah. The power of Satan, Shaitan, to all Yahuwah, that they may receive forgiveness of sins and a place among those who are sanctified or set apart by Amunah in me. Set apart in me. This is Bereshit 37:5. Because when you see, he said he saw a brightness above the sun. It says, now Yusuf had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. When you are connected to the unseen world, and you start having dreams in the other dimension, in the other world, and you bring it into the physical reality, just understand. He said to them, hear the dream that I have dreamed. Behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and stood upright, And behold, your sheaves gathered around it, and bowed down to my sheaf. His brother said to him, Are you indeed to reign over us? Or are you indeed to rule over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed another dream and told it to his brothers and said, Behold, I have dreamed another dream. Behold, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars, the Shamash, the Yarak, and the Kukab beam, were bowing down to me. But when he told it to his father and to his brothers, his father rebuked him and said to him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I, your mother, and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves to the ground before you? And his brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the saying in mind. So when you start seeing his father, he said, Shall I, your mother, and your brothers, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars, you are a replica of the cosmos, of the very universe, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars. So here is Yosef, when Shaul was asking, he saw a light above the sun. Here is his father saying, I, your mother, and your brothers going to bow to you. You are above the sun. You are brighter than the sun. You are brighter than the sun itself, the sphere that you see in the sky that shines. Yahushua Mashiach is brighter than the sun. This is 2nd Enoch, chapter 48. It says, the sun, so that it might travel along the 7 celestial circles, which are appointed with the 182 thrones, so that he might descend to the shortest day, and once more 182, so they might descend to the longest day. He also had 2 great thrones, where he paused when he turns around this direction and in the other direction, higher than the lunar thrones. So when you look at the actual cycles of the seasons, when you start approaching springtime, the sun now travels up the ecliptic plane till it gets to a 90-degree angle above your head. Then descends down to the shortest day towards winter. And this takes place and it's fixed. It's been fixed since the 4th day of creation. And has not changed since. Let's go down. It says, in this way the sun moves along all celestial circles. When he comes close to the earth, then the earth is merry and makes its fruit. The earth gets happy when the sun gets closer. When the sun now rises in spring and summertime, everything gets happy. And you start to see the fruits and things start to bear. But when it goes away, then the earth laments. When you start moving to the shortest day, when you start moving to winter. And the trees and all the fruits have no productivity. All this is by measurement. And by the most precise measurement of the hours, he fixed it by measure, by his own wisdom. Who? By his own wisdom. That everything visible and invisible, from the invisible things and the visible things, he created all the visible things, and he himself is invisible. We know, just like we spoke before, that the foundation of the universe is formed by the word of Yahuwah. But that which is visible was made by that which is invisible. For he himself, wisdom, Kukma, Yahushua Mashiach, his father Yahuwah, is invisible. He said, thus I am making it known to you, my children. If you humble yourself like a child, you will never enter the kingdom. Zakar Nakaba. Servants in the garden. Servants in the garden, I know when the sun gets to its highest point and comes down to when the earth gets happy and when the earth diminishes and nothing produces. Servants in the garden know how to take care of tender plants and the animals and when to bring them in and to know it's time. You have to know the rules. What he says, thus I am making it known to you, my children, and you must hand over the books to your children. So have you handed these books over to your children? Or are you holding these books back from your children? And throughout all your generations, and to your relatives, and among all nations who are discerning, so that they may fear Yahuwah. So why haven't these books been given to you? Yes, these books are supposed to be given to you, your generations, your relatives, everybody. Supposed to know this about the sun, about the movement of the spheres, the 7 celestial cycles, and the circles. How come you haven't heard about it? I guess the archons have stopped your thought. It says, and so that they may accept them and will be more enjoyable than any delightful food on earth. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of Yahuwah. The word is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, separating soul from ruach. It says, and they will read them and adhere to them. But those who are undiscerning and who do not understand Yahuwah, neither fear. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning, Bereshit, of Yahuwah, all Elohim, nor accept them, but renounce them, and regards themselves burdened by them. You feel burdened by knowing the movement patterns of the cosmos, and the sun and the moon and the Shemesh Kukubim and the Yark, and the movement patterns of the 7 celestial circles. You're burdened by these things in the celestial cosmos, and knowing the movement patterns of all the unseen world and the seen world and all these things that Yahuwah made, the invisible all who created wisdom. He says that you don't regard these things. You have the books of Enoch, Hanuk. You burdened to have to read them now? He says, regarding themselves burdened by them, terrible judgment is awaiting them. Happy is the person who puts their yoke on and carries it around, for it will plow on the day of the great judgment. So when you look at this bright sun above the sun, moon, and stars, a brightness above the sun, we start looking at it. This is 2nd Enoch, or Canuk 11:1. He says, and those men took me, and they carried me up to the 4th Shamayim. Oh, this is a burden to know this? This is, like it was written, it says, this is beautiful. Wisdom, Kukma, understanding is beautiful. They carried me up to the 4th Shamayim, and they showed me there all the movements and sequences of all the rays of the solar and lunar light. And guess what it says? And I measured their movements, and I compared their light. Did you compare the light like Shaul did when he saw? Did you compare the light like the father when Yusuf spoke his dream? He was comparing the light. Did you compare the light? Let's see. And I saw that the sun has a light 7 times greater than the moon. Are you comparing the light? Yusuf said he brighter than the sun. Shaul said, I saw a light brighter than the sun. Does this knowledge burden you? Is it something you don't delight in? Sirach 23:19 says, such a man only feareth the eyes of men. No man can hide from the word. It's quick and powerful. And knoweth that the eyes of Yahuwah are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. I saw brightness above the sun. I saw a brightness above the sun. Beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts. Saul, Saul, Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me? Shall I, the sun, the moon, and the stars, bow down and worship you? Beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. The word of Yahuwah is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, as we read. Discerning between the thoughts and the intent of the heart. Separating joint from marrow. All of the things that one has done, nothing is hidden from his sight. Nothing. Nothing. And once you understand that, and as we move forward, keep all these things in mind. So this is Bereshith 1:26-27. Then Elohim said, let us make man in our salim or salam, after our demuth, our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the shamayim, over the livestock, and over all the earth. Over all the earth, not just one little speck of land on the earth. Over all the earth. And over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. So Yahuwah created man in his own image. In the image of Yahuwah he created him. Male Zakar and female Nakabah, he created them. Over all the earth. The meek shall inherit the earth. The kind ones shall inherit the earth. The righteous ones will inherit the earth. The sinless ones will inherit the earth. Those who know how to treat people will inherit the earth. Those who know how to treat the creatures and the animals will inherit the earth. Those who eat properly will know how to and will inherit the earth. Those who keep Yahuwah's commands, the law, to love your neighbor as you love yourself, to love all creatures, will inherit the earth. So this is Bereshith 1:28-31. Same chapter. And all Yahuwah baraked them, and Yahuwah said to them, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the shamayims, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. Every living thing. And all Yahuwah said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. Ye shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the shamayims, and to everything that creeps on the earth, and everything that has the breath of life, everything that has the one species of breath. I have given every green plant for food. And it was so. I am Yahuwah. I change not. He's never changed. The only thing that has changed are the humans on the planet. And all Yahuwah saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. When you have a child and you say, man, you've been very good today. Have you been very good? And there was evening and there was morning. Shashi Yum. That's the original plan. To have authority and dominion over all the earth, to eat plants and fruits and seeds, to plant seeds, to till the ground, to love all creatures, to love the plants, to cut the shrubs and all the things, to do all these things. All these things. It's easy to say it. It's easy to put it out and make it in the unseen world. But if you can't do it in the natural world, why would you do it in the other world? So the word for plants is asheb. So it says herbage, grass, green plants, grass, herbs, vegetation, plants. So what are you eating? The word for seed or is zara or zera, right? So it means to sow, to scatter seed, to sow, producing, yielding seed, to be sown, to become pregnant. Are you pregnant with his word, his dabar, his original plan, or are you pregnant with somebody else's seed? Because that seed only produces evil. Let's see. It says to produce seed, yield seed. Seed, sowing, offspring, semen, virile offspring also means fruit. Practitioner of righteousness. A child. A seed also means a child. A fruitful seed. Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. Even as the farmer in the highest shamayim. Because when you look at a farmer who sows seed, he's standing up and he throws the seed down to the ground. He puts it in the soil. Even as the Father from the highest shamayim sent his son Yahusha, the seed, Yahusha Mashiach, and planted it in the earth. Even as a farmer plants seed in the earth. A son can do nothing of his own, for what he sees the Father doeth, the Son does likewise. Are you a son? So the word for food and meat, is akla or okla. Food, eating, devouring, consuming by wild beast in fire. It says consume, devour, eat. Okla shall be for food, shall be for akla. We are servants. We are servants in the garden. And we must remain servants in the garden to the creatures and the plants. There's a reason why. It unlocks things that have been hidden. And we're going to see if one is willing to endure this whole lecture. If one is willing to endure all the way to the end. It's too long. The race is too long. It's too long. But understand, we're just running. We're running back to the one who made all things. It's the book of Yashar, 76 and 17. And they came home to their father Ruel and told him what Moshe did for them. And they said an Egyptian man has delivered us from the hand of the shepherds. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. He drew up water for us. Love every human and all people. Kind. And watered the flock. Let him have authority of the mission, the authority and dominion of the fish, sea, fowl, every creeping thing, and all the earth. Let him love your neighbor as you love yourself. He gave it drink. Bereshit 24:25. Behold, I have finished speaking in my mind, in my heart. Behold, Rebekah came out with her water jar on her shoulder. And she went down to the springs and drew water. And I said to her, please let me drink. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. She quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, drink. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do all things without grumbling. And I will, she says, she quickly let down her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let them have the authority of the fish, the sea, father, the cattle, and every creeping thing that creeps on earth and all the earth. Love your neighbors, you love yourself, and love all creatures and all beings. All that have the same species of breath. So I drank, and she gave the camels drink also. This I asked her, whose daughter are you? Whose daughter are you? This is the truth of the Nazarenes, chapter 6, 23 through 27. On a certain day, as he was passing by a mountainside near the desert, there met he a lion and many men who pursuing him with stones and javelins to slay him, like they do today. But Yahusha rebuked them, saying, why do you hunt certain creatures which are more noble than you? But by the cruelties of many generations, they were made enemies of man who should have been his friends. You're supposed to be his friends, even from the beginning, from Bereshit, from the garden, to allow the love and the hob to fill one's mind. You're supposed to be friends. Lions are our friends. Why are you killing the animals? Why are you hunting animals? Why are you not feeding the animals plants and fruits and grain? Why are you not tilling the ground and giving them food? Children. 25 says, if the power of the Almighty Yahuwah is shown in them, so also is shown his long suffering and compassion. Give Satan food if you're afraid of the lion. Give him the plants and the herbs and the trees. Give him the things that people don't like. It says, cease to persecute this creature who desires not to harm you. See, the only way Satan's roaring like a roaring lion, Satan has to get inside of the lion and possess the lion's body. It's not the lion. It is the beast that has the spirit on the inside that needs to be set free. The beast needs to be set free from the spirit, the unseen being. But you see, these men have the spirit of Satan coming to slay a lion that does not have Satan on the inside. It does not have another being on the inside. He said, he who desires not to harm you, see how he flees from you and is terrified by your violence. The whole earth is full with violence because of them. Bereshit chapter 6. Who did that? Everybody's full of violence, wanting to destroy the creatures, destroy Yahuwah's creation. And Yahusha is standing up for it, as it is in the garden. And the lion came and laid at the feet of Yahusha and showed love to him. And the people were astonished and said, this man loves all creatures. He loves all creatures. Put ye on Yahushua Mashiach, and give no occasion to the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. He says, and has power to command even these beasts from the desert, and they obey him. Isn't that something? Let them have the authority of the fish of the sea, fowls of the air, and every creeping thing, and over the ox and over the cattle. Truth of the Nazarenes 34:7. And Yahusha entered into a village, and he saw a young cat, which had none to care for her. And she was hungry and cried to him. And he took her up and put her inside his garments and laid it in his bosom, held it tight. And when he came to the village, let them have authority of the fish of the sea. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And as he came into the village, he set food and drink before the cat, and she ate and drank and showed thanks to him. And he gave her to one of his disciples, who was a widow, whose name was Lorenza. So she ain't have no husband. And she took care of the cat. And some of the people said, this man cares for all creatures. Because people are going to talk about you when you start caring for animals. And he said to them, verily, these are your fellow creatures of the great household of Yahuwah, all creator. Don't you know I got to be about my father's household? It ain't just you, humans, that live here. There are other beings that live here. There are other beings, the zebras, the condors, the walruses, the polar bears, the roe, the two-toed sloth, the Gila monsters, like they say, the Komodo dragons, the lizards, the spiders. There are other creatures that live here. With consciousness and thought, they can even make their own houses. They can build houses. They can weave webs in a sphere, 360 degrees. They can transform even the very construct of a whole ground and burrow their way in. They have consciousness and thought. They understand measurements. They are all have the same creative intellect and wisdom of Yahuwah. Not on the same level as man, but they have a part of it. Yea, they are your brethren and sisters, having the same breath of life of the eternal. And whatsoever cares for one of these least of these and gives it food and drink in its need, the same does it to me. This Egyptian man gave us drink. And he gave the flock also. Oh, did it to Yahusha. Oh, she gave water drink to Eleazar and to the camels. Oh, she did it to Yahusha. Let them have authority over the fish of the sea, fowls of the air, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth and all the earth. Overflow people with water that you may give to others, even the creatures, in your actions. He said, the same does it to me. And whoso willingly suffers one of these to be in want and defends it not, when cruelly treated, suffers the evil as done unto me. For as you have done in this life, so shall it be done to you in the life to come. So this is the truth of the Kedush 12, Lection 14 and 16. Lection 14, verse 6. It says, as Yahusha was going with some of his disciples, he met with a certain man who trained dogs to hunt other creatures. And he said to the man, why doest thou this? And the man said, by this I live, and what profit is there to any of these creatures? Huh? These creatures are weak. But dogs, they are strong. And Yahusha said, thou lackest wisdom and love. Remember, we talked about wisdom and love. Wisdom is attained through discipline and love. He said, you don't have kukma. You don't have wisdom. You don't have the wisdom from the verse. For I created wisdom. Let me tell you about it. Lo, every creature which all Yahuwah hath made has its end and purpose. And who can say what is good what good is there in it, or what profit to thyself or mankind? And for thy living, behold, the fields yielding their increase, and the fruits bearing trees and herbs. What needest thou more than these, which honest work of thy hands will not give to thee? People say, what does he mean by if a man don't work, he don't eat? If a man don't sow seed, if a man don't harvest and plant, if a man don't do this, you can't eat. See, the things that we have taken on, the professions that we've taken on, is not the professions he was talking about. He that works honestly with his hands. Let a man steal no more. Let him work honestly with his hands. Let him plant. Let him harvest. Let him eat from the fruits of the ground. Because if you don't do that, you don't eat. It says, woe to the strong who misuse their strength. Woe to the hunters, for they shall be hunted. And the man marveled. Because remember, whatever you do to those creatures, he's going to do to you in the next life. Woe to you. What you do to a man, woman, child, and animals, if you do evil to them, it's going to happen to you in the next life. Because Yahuwah's original plan of Bereshith, I am Yahuwah, I change not. It says, and the man marveled and left off training the dogs to hunt and taught them to save life rather than destroy. And he learned the doctrines of Yahusha and became his disciple. Amazingly, there are dogs in the mountains that are trained to save people's lives. See, when we talk about change and a complete change, we're talking about a complete transformation. The truth of the Nazarene, chapter 28, verse 1, it says, and it came to pass one day as Yahusha had finished his discourse in place near Tiberias, where there are 7 wells, a certain young man brought live rabbits and pigeons, that he might have them eat with his disciples. Yes. You bring some Yahuwah's creation to Yahushua Mashiach and say, we're going to eat them. And Yahushua looked on the young man with compassion and said to him, you have a good heart. He had a good heart because he was bringing things that he wanted people to share and to eat and to, he's sharing. And the master will give you light. When did he do that? In the beginning. It says, but do you not know that Yahuwah, the Creator, in the beginning gave the man fruits of the earth for okla or akla? The fruit of the earth? And did not make him lower than the ape, or the ox, or the horse, or the sheep, that he should kill and eat the flesh and blood of his fellow creatures? Why would you kill your fellow creatures? You created in his image. You're in the garden. You had a lot of the world, just like Yahushua just said. Did he not give the plants and the fruits of the trees for food? You had a lot of the world. And indeed, the Pharisees believed that Moses commanded such creatures to be slain and offered in sacrifice and eaten. And so do you in your temple. But behold, I have come to light the way back to the law, even the true law of Moses, and to put away the bloody sacrifices as in the beginning, even the sacrifices of grains and fruits of the earth. All sacrifices and things that man does on the outward man that they believe Yahuwah was pleased with. It says, of that which you offer to the master in purity shall you eat, but of that kind which you offer not, impurity shall you not eat. For the hour approaches when your sacrifices and feasts of blood shall cease. And you shall worship in Chudash with a pure oblation. Let these creatures therefore go free, that they may rejoice and bring no guilt to man. And the young man set them free. Isn't that what Yahusha came to do? I've come to teach and preach the truth, to open the eyes of the blind and deliver the captive, those who are captive. He let the rabbits and the pigeons and the birds and let them go out of the cages and their bonds. People see rabbits and pigeons, they just assume, people make comments and say, oh yeah, animals and trees and pigeons, and that ain't the way they're supposed to say it. No, there's a pigeon or a bird or whatever name you want to give the animal, and it has the same legs, and it has legs and arms, and it's breathing the breath of life. You be kind to that creature, whether you know its name or not, whether it has a name or it doesn't have a name, whether you know it or not, whether Yahuwah hasn't given you the wisdom to know it or not. You don't ever treat anything living with cruelty. Bereshith 4:1, it's the ESV. So when we start looking at Yahushua and Mashiach and we service in the garden, as we read, the young man didn't know, but Yahuwah shined his light. He shined his dark. He shot light in his dark mind because he didn't know. Knowing that what he was doing to those creatures and holding them captive is not what man should do. Now we're going to see some things. We're going to go through some things. And we're going to see. We're going to shine some light on a story that men have used for so many years. So this is Bereshith 4:1. Now Adam knew Eve, or Kua, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, I have gotten a man with the help of Yahuwah. And again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep. Right? So they were in the garden, have authority to fish, sea, fowls, every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, right? And Cain was a worker of the ground. So he was a person who did the produce. It said, in the course of time, in the revolution of time, Cain brought to Yahuwah an offering of the fruit of the ground. And Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat portions. And Yahuwah had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So keep that in mind. So Cain was very angry, and his face fell. Yahuwah said to Cain, why are you angry? And why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? If you do not well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. Now this whole story, that's all you have for this story. But there's a hidden agenda in the world. So this is the first book of Adam and Eve, cool. Chapter 23 in Greek. It says, then Adam and Kua began to fast and pray until the end of 40 days. And then they had sexual intercourse, as the angels had told them. And from the time Adam left the garden until he wedded Kua were 223 days. That is 7 months and 13 days. This was how Satan's war with Adam was won by Adam, and Satan defeated. So we see some things taking place. we start seeing when Yahushua was fasting in Matthew 4 for 40 days, and then Satan came to tempt him and asked him so many things. Turn these stones to bread, jump off the mountain, he get his Malachi charge over you. And there's other things as well. But he did it for 40 days. When you start looking at how to defeat Satan, you have to see the pattern on how to defeat Satan. But we're going to continue this story because we have some things to uncover. So this is the same book, first book of Adam and Ka'ur, and second book of Adam and Ka'ur, or Eve, chapter 24. We're going to continue to read this. It says, and they lived on the earth working so they could keep their bodies in good health. What food are you going to eat? They came from the garden only 273 days ago. The only thing they can eat, he gave them the command, and every herb-yielding seed is food for you. Every seed bearing fruit is going to be for food, to keep your body in good health. And they continued until the 9 months of Eve's pregnancy were over, and the time drew near when she would give birth. Right, so you look at a revolution of time to have a child, and you're eating fruits and vegetables, and you're in good health, and you're bearing a child. Then she said to Adam, the tokens placed in this cave since we left the garden show it to be a pure place. We will be praying in it again in a while. Because of this, it is not appropriate that I should give birth in it. Let us instead go to the sheltering rock cave that was formed by the command of all, when Satan threw a big rock down on us in the attempt to kill us. Adam then took Ka'ur to that cave. When the time came for her to give birth, she strained very much. Adam felt pity for her, and he was very worried about her because she was close to death. And the word of Yahuwah to her were being fulfilled. You shall bear a child in suffering, and in sorrow shall you bring forth a child. That was the punishment of the gun when they transgressed in the garden. What happened? Yahuwah gave punishment. In suffering you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your country, to your husband, and he shall rule over you. Verse 4 says, but when Adam saw the distress of Ka'ur was in, he got up and prayed to Yahuwah, and said, O Yahuwah, look at me with the eyes of your mercy, and deliver her out of her distress. And all looked at his handmaid servant Ka'ur, and delivered her. And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and with him a daughter. So he had a daughter and a son in the same womb. Then Adam rejoiced at Ka'ur's deliverance, and also over the children she had given him. And Adam ministered to Ka'ur in the cave until the end of the 8 days. Why would the husband be ministering to the woman? We're going to see at the end why. It says when they named the son Cain and the daughter Lalua. The meaning of Cain is hater. Now get these pictures in your head about Cain. And what we read in ESV and all other translations, they have the story written like that in every single Bible on the earth, or every single book on the earth. It says the meaning of Cain is hater, because he hated his sister in their mother's womb before they were born. He was in the womb hating. He was a hater. He had hate in his heart. But Lua means beautiful because she was more beautiful than her mother. Then Adam and Ka'ur waited until Cain and his sister were 40 days old. There go 40 days again. 40 days of fasting, 40 days and 40 days, 40 nights. 40 days of praying. 40 days of embalming, Yusuf. 40 days on the mountain. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. And it says, and waited for 40 days. When Adam said to Ka'ur, we will make an offering and offer it up in behalf of the children. And Ka'ur said, we will first make an offering for the firstborn son. Then later we will make one for the daughter. Then Adam prepared an offering, he and Ka'ur, and brought it to the altar they had built at first, and offered it up for their children. And Adam offered up the offering and asked all to accept his offering. He asked them, he said, accept my offering. Accept my offering. Then all accepted Adam's offering and sent a light from Shamayim and shined down on the offering. And Adam and his son drew near to the offering, but Ka'ur and the daughter did not approach it. So you can see Cain is with his father at the offering, and he accepted it. It says Adam and his son were joyful, so Cain was joyful at first. When he first was born, but he was a hater in the womb. That's what he was. But his father, it said they were joyful at the offering. And they came down from the altar. But he said he was a hater. Let's keep going. And Adam and Ka'ur waited until the daughter was 80 days old. And then Adam prepared an offering and took it to Ka'ur and to the children. And they went to the altar where Adam offered it up. And he was as he was accustomed, asking Yahuwah to accept his offering. And Yahuwah accepted the offering of Adam and Ka'ur. Then Adam and Ka'ur and the children gathered together and came down from the mountain rejoicing. But they did not return to the cave in which they were born. Instead, they went to the cave of treasures, so that the children should live in it and be baraka with the tokens brought from the garden. But after they had been blessed with the tokens, they went back to the cave in which they were born. But before Ka'ur had offered up the offering, Adam had taken her to the river of water in which they threw themselves at first. There they washed themselves. Adam washed his body, and Ka'ur washed hers clean. And after the suffering and distress that had come up over them, right? But after washing themselves in the river of water, Adam and Ka'ur returned every night to the cave of treasures, where they prayed and were baraka, and then went back to their cave where their children were born. And Adam and Ka'ur did this until the children had been weaned. Constant in prayer, right? So you're starting to see patterns of offerings and praying and accepting offerings. You're seeing Cain was a hater from his mother's womb. Lulua means beautiful, but you see Cain joyful with his father when he did the offering, and Yahuwah accepted the offering even though Cain was a hater from the birth. But these things were hidden. But being that Cain was with the father, you see the father, offering. And Cain was joyful at the first. It says he waited until they were weaned, right? And Adam made an offering for the souls of his children. In addition to the 3 times every week he made an offering for them. When the children were weaned, Ka'ur conceived again. And when her pregnancy came to term, she gave birth to another son and daughter. The name of the son was Abel, and the daughter Aklia. Then at the end of 40 days, Adam made an offering for the son. And at the end of 8 days, he made another offering for the daughter, and treated them as he had previously treated Cain and his sister Lulu. He brought them to the cave of treasures, where they received a blessing, and they returned to the cave where they were born. After these children were born, Ka'ua stopped having children. So you have even Abel had a sister that was in the same womb with his mother. Abel and Kekilah, and Cain and Lulu. And they did the same offering that they did for the first 2 children. But Cain was a hater from his womb, but you don't read anything about Abel being a hater in the womb. But yet, you read in Bereshit chapter 3, or we just read, in the ESV, you can read in the ESV, the International Version, you can read in the King James Version, you can read it all, and it all reads the same. So why did they take out the rest? But we're going to see some things. It says, this is chapter, same book, chapter 26. It says, and the children began to grow stronger, taller. Sorry. After all this, it says, and the children began to grow stronger and taller, and Cain grew hard-hearted. So he was a hater, and he was hard-hearted. So think about that. Just like we read in the book of Canute, you are hard-hearted. You haven't obeyed anything I told you to do. Just like you read in Ezekiel, he said, I'm going to take away your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. You hard-hearted people. And then you go also to lections of the truth of Kedush 12. He said, you hard-hearted people, Mashar wrote you these letters. He suffered you to put away. From the beginning, it was not so. And he suffered you to eat flesh. You hard-hearted. It says, and Cain grew hard-hearted, and he ruled over his younger brother. The Gentiles exercise lordship over you, as Yahushua said. They do these things, but not so with you. For all of you are brothers. But Cain grew hard-hearted, and he ruled over his younger brother. And when his father made an offering, Cain would remain behind and not go with them to make the offering, because he has a hard heart. He was just joyful with his brother. Remember in the beginning? When he was first born? He was joyful going with his father to go and do the offering. But now he's become hard-hearted. That hate that he had in the beginning of his birth has now grown. It grew hard-hearted because it was already in him. So as he grew, his heart hardened even more. It says, often when his father made an offering, Cain would remain behind and not go with them to make the offering. But Abel had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother. Just like Yahushua was obedient to his father and mother. Just like he was obedient to Yusuf and Mary when they came to the temple. He was obedient. Children, obey your parents. He was obedient to his father and mother. Cain got hard-hearted, and he stopped being obedient to his father and mother. And you can see that in children today. Even Timothy even wrote, perilous times will come. For men be lovers of themselves, lovers of pleasure, lovers of Yahuwah, lovers of themselves rather than lovers of Yahuwah, proud, boastful, disobedient to parents. Because your heart, oh hard-hearted people. It says he frequently influenced them to make an offering because he loved it. Abel loved to make offerings and praise and sing. He loved it. He prayed and fasted much. That's what his father and mother did when they came out the garden. And that's how they defeated Satan. Then the sign came to Abel. As he was coming into the cave of treasures, he saw the golden rods. He saw it. When you start fasting and praying, when you obeying your mother and your father, you're obedient, and you start doing things, signs start be showing to you. Revelation, Kazum. start be showing to you. Oh, good child, humble yourself like a child. You will never enter the Malkuth Cain. As we spoke before, he put in front of them a child. He said, if you don't become like this child, obeying your mother and your father, he said, you will never enter the Malkuth. And he says, and then this sign came to Abel, and he was coming into the cave of treasures. He saw the golden rods and the incense and the myrrh. And he asked his parents, Adam and Kuor, to tell him about them. And Abel asked, where did you get these from? Then Adam told him all that had befallen him. And Abel felt deeply about what his father had told him. He was tender-hearted. He wasn't hard-hearted like Cain, because Cain is nowhere to be found. See, when you are obedient to your father and your mother, then instructions and things that you never knew will be given to you, and your heart will be tender. Abel. It says, he felt deeply about what his father told him. Then his father Adam told him about the works of all Yahuwah and of the garden. After hearing these things, Abel remained behind after his father left and stayed the entire of that night in the cave of treasures. He started delighting himself in Yahuwah in the cave of treasures. And he talked about his father told him about the garden. He told him about things that his brother Cain is hard-hearted. He's not even there. Being that he's not there, he's not being instructed by his father. In the cave of treasures. So, and that night, while he was praying, Satan appeared to him in the form of a man. Yes, Satan can shapeshift into a man. Satan can go from spirit form to carnal fleshly form. And Satan said to him, often you have moved your father into making offerings. So that shows you that Satan was watching him. Because Abel loved the offerings, and he would always get his father to do an offering. Do an offering. I love doing offerings. And Satan would be watching. In the unseen world, he watches everything you do, everything you speak, any interaction. He watches. And guess what he says? He said, and to fast and pray. So you always, he's telling Abel, you always telling your parents to make an offering and to fast and to pray. He said, because of this, guess what Satan says? Because of this, I will kill you and make you perish from this world. Because you fasting and praying. Because you're making offerings. Satan said, I will kill you and make you perish from this world. But guess what Abel did? But Abel prayed to Yahuwah and drove away Satan. So you want to know how you defeat Satan? Just like Adam and Kuor did. They fasted and prayed, and he prayed to Yahuwah and he drove away Satan. You're an unseen being. He says, and did not believe the words of the devil. He didn't believe the words of the devil. He didn't believe the words of Satan. Satan was trying to turn him into a tear. Then, when it was day, and Malach of all appeared to him. An angel of Yahuwah appeared to him, who said to him, do not stop your fasting and prayer, or offerings to your all. For look, Yahuwah has accepted your prayer. Be not afraid of the form which appeared to you in the night, who cursed you to death. That's what they do. That's what demons do. That's what demonic forces do. They come in the unseen world, when you're in your subconscious at night, to try to terrify you in the night. But pray to Yahuwah, right? Pray. It says, then the Malach departed from him. That's all he told him to do. Then Abel came to Adam and Kuor when it was day, and told them about the vision he had seen. The unseen world. When they heard it, they worried about it very much, but said nothing to him about it. They only comforted him. But Satan came to the hard-hearted Cain. See, Cain is still hard-hearted. He tried one brother who fasts and prays and makes offerings. Then you go to the other brother who's hard-hearted Cain. He said, came to the hard-hearted Cain by night and showed himself and said to him, since Adam and Ka'ul love your brother Abel so much more than they love you. Another lie. Satan's the liar and the father of it. They wish to join him in marriage to your beautiful sister because they loved him. However, they wish to join you in marriage to the ugly sister because they hate you. Now, before they do that, I am telling you that you should kill your brother. Didn't Satan say, I'm going to kill you, Abel, for all this fasting and praying? All this fasting and praying you doing, and all these offerings. He said, I'm going to kill you. And Malak said, do not stop praying and fasting. And do not be afraid of Satan and the being that came to you in the night. So now you see Satan is now trying to sow some instructions and seeds inside of Cain. The hard-hearted Cain. It's bad to be, hard-hearted people. You hard-hearted people toward all creatures and all beings and all humans. You hard-hearted people, the way you treat each other. I'm going to take away that heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. You stony-hearted, hard-hearted people. Let's see what Cain did. However, they wish to join you in marriage to the ugly sister because they hate you. Now, because they do that, I am telling you that you should kill your brother. Kill your brother. You want to know why you see all this stuff going on in the world? Satan's instructions. It says, kill your brother. Remember, Cain was hard-hearted, and he started, like the Goyim, like the nations and the people, exercise lordship over people, over men. Because they were hard-hearted. They didn't want everybody to be brothers. They didn't want to obey their mother and their father, like Cain didn't want to obey his mother and father. And it says right here, it says that your sister will be left for you. So he's saying, kill your brother, and you can throw his sister away. You can see that Satan is a liar, and he a father of lies. And Satan departed from him. So he just sowed the seed in his mind. He came to him by night in a vision and spoke to him a vision in a word. Just like Yahuwah can send a vision through Yahushua Mashiach or a Malak, Satan can do a vision as well. And usually his vision will be evil. But the devil remained behind in Cain's heart. There it is. He remained. He had a tether, a linkage, a nexus in between Cain's mind and heart and mind and him, by just him believing the instructions that was given to him. Abel didn't believe the instructions that was given to him by Satan. He didn't believe it. So therefore, being that he didn't believe the instructions that was sown in his mind, and he prayed to Yahuwah and Satan departed, he resisted the devil and he fled from him. But Cain, he believed, and it remained in Cain's heart, mind, and frequently prompted his ambitions to kill his brother. So once you receive Satan's seeds, he has a tether. He can now come back and keep prompting you over and over and over and over, and keep watering the plant over and over and over again to do it. That's what you see the television do. It sows seeds, and it keeps repeating things over and over and over in video games, in music videos, and music, to kill, to destroy, to steal, to mischief and evil, and keep watering the plants over and over and over again until it becomes a part of you, until the tree grows. But Abel, Abel didn't believe. Abel said, I'm going to continue to fast and pray. So this is chapter 27. But when Adam saw that the older brother hated the younger brother, he attempted to soften their hearts. So now Adam's able to see, because when children start to grow up, you're able to see which son is good and which son is evil. You can discern between the good and evil. You have your members exercise, discern between good and evil. Because isn't that what he inherited after he ate from the tree? But when Adam judged, basically, when Adam saw that the older brother hated the younger brother, he attempted to soften their hearts. So he said their hearts, because when you start seeing a younger brother, an older brother has hard-hearted, like Cain was, and he was ruling over his brother, he could see them fighting back and forth, just like a father does. And he said to Cain, my son, now here we go. Take some of the fruits of your sowing and make an offering to all, so that he might forgive you for your wickedness and your sin. Right? So you see, Adam telling Cain to go get the fruit of the ground. That's what we read in ESV. He said Cain brought his offering. He brought from the fruits of the soil of the ground. Right? And then guess what it says here? He said also to Abel, take some of the fruits of your sowing and make an offering and bring it to all. Oh. So that he might forgive you for your wickedness and your sin. So why would Adam, who come from the garden, who had the command to eat the thorns and thistles from the ground, you're going to work, and you're going to eat from the fruits of the ground and the trees, and you're going to work in the field. And you read also, he said, let them have authority to fish the sea, fowls of every creeping thing that creeps in the earth. Let every plant yielding seed and green plant be for food. Why would he tell them to bring an animal for an offering? Why would he tell him to bring one of you who is living creatures with the same breath to Yahuwah for an offering? Let's see what happened. Then Abel obeyed his father, because Abel was meek and he loved sacrifices, and he obeyed his father. He obeyed his father. And took some of his sowings and made a good offering, and said to his father Adam, come with me and show me how to offer it up. Right? So he knew he needed to know how to offer. And it says, and they went, Adam and Ka'ul with him, and they showed him how to offer up his gift on the altar. Then after they had stood up and prayed that all would accept Abel's offering, then all looked at Abel and accepted his offering. And all was pleased with Abel than he was with his offering. So he brought the produce of the land that his father told him to bring. And he told Cain and Abel to bring the produce of the land. Not one bring the produce of the land and another one bring the ox or the herd. He said both bring the produce of the land. Because that's what they were commanded in the garden. That's what they commanded even after he was punished. He said, and he was with him, and it says Abel, then he was pleased with Abel with his offering because of his good heart and pure body. There was no trace of guile in him. There was no trace of deceit in him. Even like Yahusha in 1 Peter, or in Peter when Kepha wrote, we should follow his steps. Who did no sin, neither was deceit, guile, and fall in his mouth. Which he said he did no sin. He didn't do wrong to no one. Not one creature. Not to one animal. Not one human. That's submitting sin. He that knoweth to do a good and doeth it not is sin. To do good, to not do good is sin. He said there was no trace of guile in him. He says, then they came down from the altar and went to the cave in which they lived. But because of his joy felt at making his offering, Abel repeated it 3 times a week, following the example of his father Adam. He was just following his father. He was obeying his father and mother. He was whatsoever the son sees the father do, the son does likewise. My father eats the produce of the land and eats the herb yielding seed for plant for food. The son does likewise. That's what he commanded them in the garden. We are servants in the garden. But let's see. But Cain did not want to make an offering. But after his father became very angry. So he was already hard-hearted. He was a hater from his birth. He was already hard-hearted. He was hard-hearted and ruled over his brother. And he let Satan linger in his mind and tell him to kill his brother. And now he's angry with his father. You see how he's growing? The tree is still growing. Remember, Satan continues to prompt him to kill his brother. And then it says, and he offered up a gift once. And guess what Cain did? He took the smallest of the sheep for an offering, and when he had offered it up, his eyes were on the lamb. Isn't that something? I thought his father told him to bring the produce of the land. So he disobeyed his father. He never obeyed his father. He was joyful at the beginning, but now he's hard-hearted. And being out, you hard-hearted people. You disobey your father and your mother. And guess what he did? He brought a sheep, an offering. And when he offered it up, he brought a lamb. His eyes were on the lamb. His eyes were on the lamb. So in ESV, who brought the herd? In there it says Abel brought the herd. But Abel was a meek, lowly, fasting and praying, delighting in his father and mother, and obedient to his parents. Why would he bring a herd and a lamb to offer it up? No, it was the sinner who needed a lamb. It was the disobedient, hard-hearted child who was following Satan who needed the lamb. He needed the lamb. He needed the herd. He needed it because he was tormented in his mind by Satan, prompting him to kill his brother. Because only disobedient children to their father and mother will kill a lamb. It says sheep in here, but it really was a lamb. And then have your eyes on the lamb to eat flesh of bulls and goats and of lamb to eat flesh. Because Yahuwah never told him to do that. The father only told him to bring the produce of the land. So in the ESV, or in these other writings, it tells you that Cain brought the fruits. When in actuality, it was Abel who brought the fruits, and Cain brought the herd. And now he's eating. He's turning into something. And guess what? It said, because of this, Yahuwah did not accept his offering. Why? He brought a lamb. He brought a sheep. He brought opposite of what his father did. He was disobedient to his father. He didn't bring the produce of the land like his father wanted. He was very angry with his father. He was hard-hearted to his brother and his sister, and he listened to Satan, and he ruled over his brother. Just like these people today do. Just like some do today. But guess what it says? Because of this, he did not accept his offering, because his heart was full of murderous thoughts. Who put it there? Satan. He believed the words to murder and kill his brother. His mind was full of murderous thoughts. He didn't purge his thoughts. He didn't communicate his anger to his brother. He didn't go tell his mother and father, is this true that you're going to give me? Is this a lie that Satan told me? Is this true? He didn't communicate. He didn't communicate and pour out his heart towards his brother and sister, his mother and his father. He didn't do it. So it built up. He started hating his father. He started hating his brother because of lies that Satan told him. He started hating lies. He was a hater from birth. It says, and they lived all together like this in the cave. So he was still like this with murderous thoughts. Killed a lamb instead of offering produce. He offering a lamb to Yahuwah. And Cain's offering produce to Yahuwah. It says, and they lived all them together like this in the cave in which Yahuwah had given birth, until Cain was 15 years old and Abel was 12 years old. Then Adam said to Yahuwah, the children have grown up. We must think to find wives for them. Then Yahuwah answered, how can we do that? Then Adam said to her, we will join Abel's sister in marriage to Cain, and Cain's sister to Abel. It's now coming to pass what Satan said. Then Yahuwah said to Adam, I do not like Cain because he is hard-hearted. So let them stay with us until we offer up an offering to Yahuwah on their behalf. So now you see that his father see that Cain is hard-hearted. His mother sees that he's hard-hearted. Because he doesn't obey his mother and his father. He's hard-hearted. She said, I don't like Cain because he is hard-hearted. But Cain could have been communicated these things a long time ago about what Satan told him. He could have communicated a long time ago that he had things in his heart. But no, he didn't. He allowed it to continue to build up, and now his behavior is being shown to everybody. He could have repented. Let's see. So let them stay with us until we offer up an offering to Yahuwah in their behalf. And Adam said no more. Meanwhile, Satan came to Cain in the form of a man of the field. Again, here comes Satan. And said to him, look, Adam and Yahuwah have discussed together about the marriage of you two. So Satan's watching when you're talking about your children in your home, when you're at a place of worship or anywhere and you're talking about somebody. Understand that Satan's listening to your voice, and he's going to go tell the other person, and he's going to weave lies in their mind, and they're going to start having thoughts about you. So be careful what you say. And people wonder why in Colossians they tell you to put away gossip, to put away malice and hatred and anger. There's a reason why. Because if you don't, Satan will gain an advantage. He'll take your words, just like a winged creature, and tell the other person about the matter. When you start cursing people, when you start talking about people, they're going to tell them about it. Because that's what Satan does. And it says, look, Adam and Yahuwah have discussed together about your marriage of you two, and they have agreed to marry Abel's sister to you, and your sister to Abel. But if it were not that I love you, see, Satan can say I love you too. He said, but if it wasn't that I love you, I would not have told you this thing. See, Satan says I can love you too. He can say, I love you, and pretend. If it wasn't because I love you, I wouldn't tell you, because he sowed the seed inside of his mind, said, kill your brother, and then Satan say, I love you too. Just like people today say, I love you too, but they really don't love you. He said, I love you. He said, I would not have told you this thing. So if you will take my advice and obey me, if I wouldn't love you, I wouldn't tell you. That's what Satan said. I will bring, guess what he says? He said, if you would take my advice and obey me, I will bring beautiful robes, plenty of gold and silver. Who created gold and silver to control man? Oh, archons. Beautiful robes, plenty of gold and silver. Obey me, and I'll give you all the treasures of the world, as he told Yahusha. See, what Cain didn't know, said, rebuke you, saying, thou shalt worship Yahuwah, and him only shalt thou serve, right? But not Cain. He said, I will bring plenty of robes, plenty of gold and silver, and my relations will attend you on your wedding day. Then Cain said with joy, where are your relations? So Cain with joy received the word of Satan. And he took the robe, and he was talking about the silver and the gold and the robe and the wedding day and all these things that people do today. He said, if you would just fall down and worship me. And Satan answered, my relations are in the garden in the north, where I once meant to bring your father Adam, but he will not accept my offer, the father of lies. But if you will receive my words, and if you will come to me after your wedding, you shall rest from the misery in which you are, and you shall rest and be better off than your father Adam. At these words, Satan got Cain's attention and opened his ears. And Cain inclined towards Satan to listen, leaned towards his speech. You know how when Yahushua spoke, he said, he that hath an ear, let him hear. Well, guess what? Cain listened to the devil and Satan. So after this, he did not remain in the field, but he went to Kawua, his mother. So Canaan sowed the seed in his mind. He already got hated. He was a hater from the birth. He was hard-hearted toward his brother. He ruled over him, right? Became a ruler over him, his brother, and harsh. He was hard-hearted when his mother and father told him to offer up. His father told him to offer up produce, and he was angry with his father, so he offered up a lamb. And he listened to Satan's words and said, kill his brother. And Satan always came to say, kill your brother. And then now you see him talking to Satan again after he offered, and he started looking at the flesh and the animals, and started looking at the flesh and the lamb. His eyes are on the lamb because he was getting ready to eat it. And all the things he's eating flesh, he's turning away from how he lived in the garden and his father, following the example of his father, and now he's following the example of Satan. And now he's starting to eat flesh. Now he's starting to want to consume and murder his thoughts, all at the same time. So who really, in ESV and all these other Bible translations that they lied, brought the produce of the land, and who brought the herd? It wasn't Abel who brought the herd. It was Cain who brought the herd. Abel brought the produce. So why are they trying to make these things be? Let's see. And Satan listened and leaned towards his speech. And after this, he did not remain in the field, but he and Kawua and his mother beat her. He says, and guess what he did? And this, he did not remain in the field, but he went to Eve, Kawua, his mother, and beat her and cursed her and said to her, that's what people do today. They do the same thing today in the home. They start beating up with the words and physically the mothers after Satan getting your mind, because he's assuming when Satan starts to plan things and offer you silver and gold and things, you'll start doing things to your own mother and your father. Honor your mother and your father, not only in the highest Shamayim, but also on the earth. But no, when you don't delight yourself in Yahuwah and fasting and prayer and offerings, and like Abel did, you'll be like Cain. It says, why are you planning to make my sister marry her to my brother? Am I dead? You don't see me here? But his mother quieted him and sent him back to the field where he had been. Then when Adam came, she told him of what Cain had done. And Adam was worried, but held his peace and said, and did not say a word. Just like Cain, you know how Cain came to his mother after Satan got in his head and told him all that was going to happen to him. I'll give you gold. I'll give you silver. I'll give you a robe, and I'll come to you on your wedding day, and I'll have my relations with you. Guess what Cain did? He went to his mother and started cursing and beating her. Just like Yahushua when he was on the cross. He said, you don't hear all these things they say about you? And he said, not a word. Amazingly, Cain came to her. But Judas is the one that delivered him up for the money. Because even Yahushua said, when the one who dealt with me is going to betray me. Cain. Then he came to his mother, who was life. That's what Yahushua said, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. And he brought her to the chief priest. And he said, you don't hear all these things they say about you? And he answered them not a word. That's what Cain was doing, accusing her. And then what Adam did, he answered not a word. That's what Yahushua did. He answered them not a word. Didn't say nothing. He said, search the scriptures, and then you think you have eternal life? It's talking about me. So verse 16 says, and then the next morning Adam said to his son Cain, take your young and good sheep and offer them to your God. Because the God that you serve, Cain, that came to my wife and said these things, that doing all these things and have murderous thoughts, you hard-hearted man, you hard-hearted child, you hard-hearted to your brother, you hater from birth, you angry person. He said, then the next morning, Adam said to his son Cain, take your young goat, your young and your good sheep that you offered up, that I did not tell you to offer, and offer them up to your God. So who is his God? Satan. And I will speak to your brother Abel and have him make an offering of, it says, corn to his God. So now you see Adam telling Cain to serve your God, and I'm going to tell my son to offer to his God. The same thing all Yahoo did with the Nabi of Baal and him. He said, you take your offering, I offer, and I'll take mine and I'll offer. And whichever one offers by fire, he is the true all. Right? And let's see. And they both obeyed their father Adam, and they took their offering and offered them up on the mountain by the altar. But Cain behaved arrogantly. That's another thing Yahuwah hates. And haughtily. The fear of Yahuwah is hatred of pride, arrogance, and the forward mouth do I hate. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. But Cain behaved arrogantly and haughtily toward his brother, and he shoved him from the altar and would not let him offer up his gift on the altar, but he offered his own offering on it with a proud heart, full of guile and fraud. So how are you offering your gift? If you know you have an ought with your brother, he said, go to your brother, tell him his fault, and he will forgive you. But no, you got Cain not willing to communicate his anger, not willing to communicate all the lies of Satan and get things right. He's not even trying to get things right with his brother. He's not even trying to make things right with Yahuwah. He's not even trying to purify his mind and his body before he makes his offering on the altar. But yet he's still going to do it. But Abel set up stones that were near at hand on that, and he offered up his gift with a heart humble and free from guile. So even though he was shoved away from the altar, even though he was pushed away, even though he was cast out where he can make an offering inside of a place of worship, a place where normally they would go, even though he was cast out, he went and created his own altar. And he offered it up with a heart free from guile, and he was humble. And it says, and Cain then, standing by the altar on which he had offered his gift, and cried to all to accept his God, to accept his offering. But Yahuwah did not accept it from Cain, nor did a divine fire come down to consume his offering. But he remained standing over against the altar out of meanness, to make fun of his brother. And he glared at his brother Abel to see if all would accept his offering or not. And Abel prayed to all to accept his offering. Then a divine fire came down and consumed his offering. And all Yahuwah smelled the sweet savor of his offering, because Abel loved him and rejoiced in him. And because Yahuwah was well pleased with him, he sent him in malach of light in the form of a man to partake of his offering. He did what? Then a divine fire came down and consumed his offering, and all smelled the sweet savor of his offering. He smelled it, because Abel loved him and rejoiced in him. And because all was well pleased with him, he sent him an angel of light in the form of a man to partake of his offering. Because he had smelled the sweet savor of his offering, and he comforted Abel and strengthened his heart. So when you look at this, you see Abel had a humble and a heart free from guile, and Cain had a heart full of pride and arrogance, full of guile and fraud. He was a thief. He was just like his father. But Cain was humble, meek, and lowly, and Yahuwah sent a fire and consumed it. And then he sent an angel down in the form of a man to partake of his offering. Even Yahushua himself said, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man open unto me, I will come into him, and he with me, and I will eat with him." And even as the Son was sent down from the highest Shamayim to come down to earth, to dwell in the habitable parts of the earth, you see whom he dwells and eats with in this situation. When it's time to offer up your offering on the gift on the altar, whom will he accept? You know, Satan, when he tells his lies, he draws a divide between two brothers, and mother and father. You can see Satan in his lies if you really have eyes to see. David slew his 10,000. Saul slew his 10,000. And what did that do inside of Saul's mind? It made him jealous of David. He that hath an ear, let him hear how Satan works. Even though the women were crying this out, understand who made them cry and say that. Because when you have a hard heart, Satan knows how to sow things in your heart to make you jealous and envious of your brother. And he'll use whomever he has to. David slew his 10,000, Saul his 1,000. And from that day forth, Saul eyed David from that day forward. He had his eyes on him, even as Satan had his eyes on Adam and Kor. He'll have his eyes on you, watching you. It says, because Abel loved him and rejoiced in him, and because all was well pleased with him, he sent him an angel of light in the form of a man to partake of his offering, because he had smelled the sweet savor of his offering. And he comforted Abel and strengthened his heart. But Cain was looking on all that took place at his brother's offering, and was angry because of it. Then he opened his mouth and blasphemed all because he had not accepted his offering. Because he didn't accept his offering. But all said to Cain, why do you look sad? Oh, why has your face fallen, like you read in the ESV, or you read the Amplified, or you read in the King James Version? Oh, why are you? But he brought the meat offering. And he had hatred and envy and jealousy and guile and all these things and the lamb. And his face was on the lamb. Why didn't Yahuwah accept his offering? Was it because of his heart? Yes, because his heart was hardened. Because his father first told him to bring the produce of the lamb. But he heart was hard and angry. And he brought the lamb. And that's not what he was supposed to bring. And being that he was hard-hearted toward the creatures and the animals, you see, and Satan had all that stuff in his mind. Now you see why. There's a lot more to the story than just what you've been reading in your Bible for the last 55 decades. But all said to him, why do you look sad? Be in right standing with me, so that I may accept your offering. Be in right standing with me. Obey your father and your mother, and bring the produce of the land with a pure and gentle and meek and lowly heart like Abel, and fast and pray, and do the things that you need to do to purify yourself. Guess what he says? You have not murmured against me, but against yourself. It's you, Cain. It's you, man. It's you, woman. It's you. And all Yahuwah said to this to Cain in rebuke, and because he hated him and his offering. So Yahuwah's rebuke is telling you to make things right with your brother, with your father, and your mother. That's Yahuwah's rebuke. And Cain came down from the altar, and his color changed, and his face had a sad face. And he came to his father and mother and told them all that had happened to him. And Adam grieved much because all had not accepted Cain's offering. But did Cain tell him how Satan spoke to him? Did Cain tell him how he was angry with his father and mother about the situation that was going on with him, with Satan and his brother, how he's going to marry him over and how he's going to give him gold and silver and a robe? No. Did he tell him how he was hard-hearted? Did he confess he's being rulership and his rulership over his brother? Did he confess his hatred and his hating in the mother's womb? No. He just talked about the offering. And then here's Adam. He's grieved in his heart because Yahuwah did not accept Cain's offering. But Abel came rejoicing with a glad heart and told his father and mother how all Yahuwah had accepted his offering. And they rejoiced at it and kissed his face. And Abel said to his father, because Cain shoved me from the altar and would not allow me to offer my gift on it, I made an altar for myself and offered my gift on it. Right? Don't let nobody stop you, even if it's your own brother. Remain humble, meek, and lowly. But when Adam heard this, he was very sorry, because it was the altar he had built at first. It was the one at first. But Cain took it over. He took away the old to establish a new, and on which he had offered his own gifts. Cain was so revengeful and so angry that he went into the field. There Satan came to him and said, so he still got the anger, he still didn't resolve it, just like Yahuwah told him to, still hard-hearted. There Satan came to him and said to him, your brother Abel has taken refuge with your father and father Adam, because you shoved him from the altar. They have kissed his face, and they rejoice over him far more than over you. I love you, Cain. Look what they're doing. They don't love you. They don't like you. They don't love you. Look at them. They're sowing the hatred. He's continuing to water the tree. Continue to get him to feel down on himself. Continuing to not love himself. Continuing not want to make things right. Continuing not want to communicate with his brother and his sisters in the house. Continuing not want to do these things. 3 times a year shall all your males come before Yahuwah. Continuing not want to make things right. They won't let you in. He won't let you do where you supposed to originally do the offerings. They won't let you come in. They don't want you back. They don't want you to do these things. Hey, go make your own altar, Abel. There's a lot of Abels out here. Go make your own altar and offer your gift with a meek and holy, lowly mind, and with no guile, and with a pure heart through fasting and prayer. You don't got to do it because nobody will accept you. They want to shove you away from the altar because they don't want you around. And so when Cain heard these words of Satan, he was filled with rage. So now he went from anger, hard-hearted, to anger, to rage. But he let no one know. See, he still hasn't made right. He still hasn't let no one know his feelings. Communicating his feelings and emotions to other people and he can make things right and purify his heart by opening up, by telling them how he feels. But he won't. But he was laying in wait. He was laying in wait to kill his brother. That's all he wanted to do. Because when you don't start opening up and expressing yourself and what people have done and making things right with your brother, the only thing you're doing is lying in wait to kill your brother or your sister. Until he had brought him into the cave and then said to him, so here we go. Brother, the country is so beautiful, and there is such beautiful and pleasurable trees in it, and charming to look at. So now you start to see him speaking like his brother, or his father, Satan. Speaking, oh, I love you, brother. I love you. I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't love you. This is what Satan told Cain. He starts speaking and conducting himself like his brother, like his Satan himself. He starts talking and acting like the one who's sowing seeds in his mind. He's lying. He wants to kill his brother, but he's speaking with words of kindness. But brother, you have never been one day in the field to take your pleasure in that place. Today, my brother, I wish very much that you would come into the field with me and enjoy yourself and bless our fields and our flocks, for you are righteous and I love you much. Oh, my brother. Isn't that what Satan said to Cain? If I didn't love you, I wouldn't tell you these things. I'll give you gold and silver and robes on your wedding day. Just worship me. So now Cain is sounding like his brother. Cain is now becoming his God, just like David wrote. It wasn't them that hated me. I would have borne it. If it was you that hated me, I would have hit myself. But he said, it is you, my God. We took sweet counsel together to the house of Yahuwah. Oh, you mean to the altar. Speaking so nice and kind to him. But look at Cain, sounding just like his father. Satan. I love you so much, oh my brother. And it says, but you have alienated yourself from me, you stranger. You a stranger. Hey, when people say, where you been at, stranger? You might want to take a deeper look. Where you been at, stranger? You alienated yourself from me. Where you at? Are you ignorant of Satan's devices? Then Abel agreed to go with his brother Cain into the field. Oh, man. Here's Cain. Here's his brother Abel, meek and lowly and humble and gentle, hearing his brother speak, not knowing that his brother got all these things in his heart against him. And then he goes and he yields to his brother's words, spoken by the very craftiness and deceit of his father, whom he was obeying. From the time that Adam told him to bring the produce of the land, Cain has been obeying Satan. And now you're at the point of the climax. Then Abel agreed to go with his brother into the field. But before going out, Cain said to Abel, wait for me, and I will fetch a staff because of the wild beasts. I'm going to protect you too. You stranger, I love you. I'm going to protect you too. Then Abel stood innocently, waiting, but Cain, the presumptuous, got a staff and went out. And Cain and his brother Abel began to walk in the path. Oh, the path of righteousness is the path of life, and in it there is no death. Oh, they walk in the path together. it is you, my guide. Isn't that what he doing? He got a staff. You know them big staffs that people hold today? They got those staffs and they holding it and they leading you and they guiding you. I love you, Cain. Where you at, stranger? Why you not coming with me? Got his staff and lead and guiding you on the path. Walking together. Isn't that something? And Cain was talking to him and comforting him to make him forget everything. Make him forget that he shoved him from the altar. Make him forget all the things that he did. All the deceit that he spoke. Got him a little staff. Leading and protecting him. He's the shepherd. He's the leader. He's the shepherd now. He done got Cain to follow his brother to follow him. And he's leading him with the staff. And he's thinking that this person that's guiding him is actually sincere. It says, and verse 1 says, and so they walked until they came to a place that were alone. And it says, here we go. Oh, so this is chapter 27. It says, and so they walked on until they came to a place. It says they were alone where there were no sheep. So he led you away. There were no sheep. Then Abel said to Cain, look, my brother, we are tired from walking. We see none of the trees. So now Abel's looking around. Abel said to Cain, look, my brother, we are tired from walking. We see none of the trees or the fruits or the growing green plants or the sheep or any of the things of which you told me. Where are those sheep of yours that you told me to bless? Or Barak. And then Cain said to him, come on, and you shall see many beautiful things very soon. But go before me until I catch up to you. Then Abel went on, but Cain stayed behind him. So Cain drew back. And Abel was innocently walking without suspecting any craftiness, not thinking his brother would kill him. When David wrote the letters to the soldiers, he said, when the battle get hot, draw back. Uriah was unaware that they were going to kill him. He was unaware. He was unaware. We are not unto them who draw back unto perdition. Cain will be believed to the saving of the soul, innocently, walking without suspecting any craftiness, not thinking his brother was going to kill him. Then the pattern still remains the same. The pattern remains the same. Then Cain came up to him and comforted him with his words while walking a little behind him. Now the guide that led him out, now he draws back behind him. Then he ran up to him and beat him with his staff. Got behind him and started beating him in the back. Bow, bow. Blowing blow after blow until he was dazed. But when Abel fell down on the ground and saw that his brother meant to kill him, he said to Cain, "O my brother, have pity on me." In Psalm 69, it said, "I looked for pity, and there was none. The reproaches of them that reproached thee, it fell on me." And when they took the reed in Matthew 27, they mocked him and stripped off his clothes, and they beat him in the head with a reed. Yahushua Mashiach, have pity on me, you hard-hearted people. You hard-hearted Cain. You hard-hearted Cain. Cain. Guess what he says? By the breast we have, he said, by the breast we have sucked. We are brothers. Do not hit me. By the wound that bore us and that brought us into this world, do not beat me to death with the staff. If you are set on killing me, take one of these large stones and kill me outright. Then Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, you mean Mastama, as we talked about, the cruelty, the demons, you hard-hearted people, as Enoch says, you hard-hearted people, like Yakaziel says, Ezekiel, you hard-hearted people, as Yahusha said in Lections. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote you this precept, you put away your wives. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote you this precept, you may eat flesh and kill animals and creatures. But from the beginning, it was not so. You cruel, hard-hearted people, you hard-hearted people who disobey your mother and your father. That's what he's saying. Your mother and your father of the universe, of the cosmos. You hard-hearted, cruel people. You destroy one another. You hate your brother and your sisters in your heart. You don't love your neighbor as you love yourself. You're not full of kindness and love and compassion and humility and meekness and lowliness and kindness and ahab and joy and patience and meekness and temperance and munah. You have self-control. You have love. These are the things you don't communicate your feelings and emotions and how you feel. So therefore you ball it all in and Satan uses it for his own personal gain. And you see it in the world today. How many times has one held in their true feelings and allowed Satan to manipulate their mind? Oh, he's trying to take my position. Oh, he's trying to take my ministry. Oh, he's trying to take my position. Oh, he don't love me like that anymore. Oh, she don't love me like that. Oh, he think he better than me. Oh, he thinks he's greater than me. Oh, he slew his 1,000 and his 10,000 to sow division and hatred and all these things in people's minds. Oh, he think he's better than me. Oh, he has a one YouTube channel that's better than me. Oh, he has a Twitter page. Oh, he think he's somebody. Oh, he got all these people on you doing these things. Oh, you think you better. These are all Satan's words to try to draw one's mind and thoughts, to manipulate one's mind to destroy your brother. The Gentiles, don't be like the Jugoim who exercise lordship over people. You are all brothers and sisters. Sowing these jealousy and hatred. Are you ignorant of Satan's devices? David slew his 10,000, Saul his 1,000. Who told those women to do that? Can you see Satan? What is the result of those statements? He created something. It was all lies. David never killed no 1,000 and Saul 10,000 and Saul 1,000. That was all a lie. Just like when you go to Exodus, when it talked about the Hebrews, the Abri, they're going to multiply. The Yehudi going to multiply, and they're going to join to our enemies, and they're going to try to overthrow us. That's what they said in the council with Pharaoh. A lie. A lie. A liar. Satan's a liar. That's what he is. When you see a child come out of the womb, and it's a male child, I want you to kill the firstborn. Cain. I want you to kill the children, kill the son, kill the son. If it's a daughter, let it live. If it's a son, that's Satan himself, women. Speaking through Pharaoh, speaking through kings, speaking in councils, speaking in women, speaking to draw division, speaking in envy and jealousy and strife and dissension and rivalries. That's him. Let's go. So here we go. This is verse 8. It says, and Cain was sorry. And guess what it says? And then Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, took a large stone and beat his brother's head with it until his brains oozed out. And he wallowed in his blood before him. When you go back up, he says, do not beat me to death with the staff. If you are set on killing me, take one of these large stones and kill me outright. Then Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, because that same stone he getting ready to pick up represents his hard heart toward his brother. Cain, the hard-hearted and cruel murderer, took a large stone and beat his brother's head with it until his brains oozed out. And he wallowed in his blood before him. And Cain was not sorry for what he had done. But when the blood of righteous Abel fell on the earth, it trembled as it drank his blood, and would have destroyed Cain because of it. And the blood of Abel cried mysteriously to all to avenge him of his murderer. Then Cain began to dig fiercely at the ground to bury his brother, because he was shaking from the fear that came over him when he saw the earth tremble because of him. When Yahushua was pierced in the side and the blood ran down, you see the blood crying from the ground. And when he cried out in death and wallowing in his blood, the earth shook. And they said, surely this was the son of Yahuwah. Surely this was the son of all. In Matthew 27. You shed innocent blood. He then threw his brother into the hole that he had made, or he threw him in a tomb that no man has laid, or he threw him in a hole like Yusuf, who said, I saw the sun, moon, and stars, 11 stars bow down and worship in me. And amazingly, when Cain went to go dig a hole, he was digging it for his brother to throw him in, just like Yusuf. He then threw his brother in the hole that he had made and covered it with dust. But the ground would not receive him, and it threw him up at once. There's no possible the grave can hold him. There's no possible the grave can hold Yahushua Mashiach. Again, Cain dug the ground and covered his brother in it. But again, the ground threw him up. You can't hold Yahushua in the grave. You can't hold innocent blood in the grave. You can't hold it up. It's gonna be seen. The earth had nothing to do with it. It says 3 times the ground threw up the body. 3 times it threw up the body of Abel on itself. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? Guess what happened? On the 3rd day, Yahushua rose from the grave. It's impossible that death can hold him. You shed innocent blood, Cain. You hard-hearted people. You love killing animals and destroying lambs. He said, Cain, after he slew the lamb, he said, eye on the lamb, stand still and see the salvation of Yahuwah. Behold the Lamb of Yahuwah, who take away the sin of Cain. He says the muddy ground threw him up the first time because he was not the first creation. It threw him up the second time and would not receive him because he was righteous and good and was killed without a cause. Think about it. He was righteous and good. He said the death and Mashiach are going to rise first. Why? Because you're righteous and good. He said you wouldn't, and guess what it says? And he was not the first creation. What was the first creation? Light. When you start throwing a fleshly carnal body into the ground, and it says, and threw him up the second time, he would not receive him because he was righteous and good. It says the ground threw him up the third time and would not receive it, so that there might remain before his brother a witness against him. Understand, people, when you commit wrong and you do things, just understand there's always going to be a witness against you. You may not think a camera on the street can't see you. You may think that a camera down the street can't see you, but Yahuwah got eyes in every place, beholding the evil and the good. Yahuwah can see you through a spider's eyes in the corner of a room, in the corner of a house when you do it. He could see you from a bird that's flying over. He could see you from a deer from a long way away. He could be like, ooh, them deer be like, ooh, look what you did. The spider be like, ooh, Yahuwah, look what he did. The fish be in the water, they see you throw a body in there, they be like, ooh, look what you did. Them witnesses, they are the water witness against you. Shoot, the air, the wind witness against you. The trees are witness against you. They can see you. The little dust in the corner where that little spider at, can see you in the corner, see you, what you doing. You be thinking ain't nothing of it. They be watching you. Yahuwah got eyes in every place. You holding the evil and the good that you do. There's nothing you can't hide from him. He can see you. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom. And it says, and so the earth mocked Cain until the word of Yahuwah came to him concerning his brother. Then all was angry and very much displeased at Abel's death. And he thundered from Shamayim, and lightning went out from him. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning. And the word of Yahuwah, all came from Shamayim to Cain. So now here's Yahuwah sending the word into Cain's mind and communicating with him. And said to him, where is Abel your brother? Then Cain answered with a proud heart and a gruff voice, how am I to know, O all, Yahuwah, am I my brother's keeper? We took sweet counsel together. You had a staff in your hand. You were leading me. It was you, my God. It was you. It was you. It was you, Cain. You hard-hearted man, woman, child. You hard-hearted towards your brother and your sister. You angry at your mother and your father. You hard-hearted and killed a lamb when you're supposed to offer fruits and vegetables. You hard-hearted people. You're supposed to be, he said, forsaking the garden and refuse to eat the plants and the animals. Refuse to eat the plants and the fruits and the trees and the seeds. But you kill and slay and kill the animals that he made. He says, am I my brother's keeper? Then all said to Cain, cursed be the earth that has drunk the blood of Abel, your brother. And as for you, you will always be trembling and shaking. And this will be a mark on you, that whosoever finds you will kill you. Understand, people, when Satan sows things in your mind, sows that hatred and jealousy for your mother and your father and your brothers and your sisters and all these things, if your hatred is taught by a man, the man tries to get you to hate someone, understand these are the words of the devil, trying to get you to hate somebody, trying to get you to despise somebody, using words and thoughts in your mind about somebody else to try to get you to draw division so you will never express how you really feel. Oh, you don't love me. You don't care about me. Satan will be like, I love you too. And then you end up being fake like Satan. And he'll be like, I love you, brother. You stranger. How come you'll never come around? Let's go out here in the field. Let's go out here. Let's go out here and be together. Let's hang out. Why you don't come around no more? Got a staff in his hand. Leading you to murder. Judas, chief priest, Levites, shepherds, prophets, pastors, teaching people to hate hard-hearted people. It's easy to do that to hard-hearted people, but people who fast and pray, people who keep their heart gentle and meek and lowly, it's hard. You can't. Cursed be the earth that has drunk the blood of Abel, your brother. And as for you, you will always be trembling and shaking. And this will be a mark on you, so that whosoever finds you will kill you. But Cain cried because all Yahuwah had said those words to him. So it don't matter where you are. You could be in a building and not in a building. You could be on another world. Yahuwah sent his word to you and rebuke you there and tell you the truth. He says, whosoever finds me shall kill me, and I shall be blotted out from the face of the earth. Then all said to Cain, whosoever finds you will not kill you. Because before this, all had been saying to Cain, I shall put 7 punishments on you, on anyone that kills Cain. For the word of all Yahuwah to Cain was, where is your brother? That's all he wanted to do. Where is your brother? Just like he told Adam, what have you done? They immediately placed the blame on someone else. Adam blamed the woman. The woman blamed the serpent, not knowing that Satan was in the serpent, just like Satan is in Cain. Start blaming other people. And this is what it says. It says, where's your brother? All Yahuwah said it in mercy to him to try to make him repent. That's the only reason he did it. Where's your brother? Tell the truth. Where's your brother? I murdered him. I killed him because I hated him in my heart, and Satan told me that he was going to give me to my brother, make me marry the ugly woman, and I killed him because he was accepting his offering, and I was jealous and I was enraged. Guess what happened? If Cain had repented at that time and had said, "Oh Yahuwah, forgive me my sin and murder of my brother," Yahuwah would then have forgiven him of his sin. Huh? Well, that's not written nowhere. Yahuwah forgives people who murder their brother. He wants you to repent. He wants people to stop. Yahuwah is compassionate, forgiving sins, transgressions, and iniquity. Don't let no man fool you. Don't let no man deceive you on this earth. Don't let no pastor, no teacher, no preacher, no leader, no congregation, no YouTube channel, nobody on this earth deceive you. Don't let nobody tell you things, people. Don't let nobody teach you hatred for somebody you don't even know. Telling you not to contact somebody because they feel like you should hate them because I think you should hate them. That's the words of the devil. That's Satan himself. That's Mastama. That is archons. That's other beings, phantoms, teachings of Osbal and Samjaza and all these other beings out here. That is not the teachings of Mashiach. That is not Yahuwah. That is not the image of Yahuwah. That is another man possessed with seeds of Satan in his mind. Guess what verse 22 says? But all said to Cain, "Cursed be the ground that has drunk the blood of your brother." That also was Yahuwah's mercy on Cain, because Yahuwah did not curse him, but he cursed the ground, although it was not the ground that had killed Abel and committed the wicked sin. So Yahuwah, he said, I looked for one, there was no pity. He said, reproaches them that reproached thee, it fell on me. The death of Abel and the blood that was shed by Cain was put on the ground. The ground bore the sin of Cain. Yahushua Mashiach. Touch the scriptures and you think you have eternal life? It's talking about me who bore your sin. I bore your sin when it should have been you that was cursed, but I became a curse for you. Yahushua Mashiach. And it says, but it was fitting that the curse should fall on the murderer, and yet in mercy all Yahuwah managed his thoughts, so that no one should know the extent of his anger, for he turned it away from Cain. And he said to him, where is your brother? To which he answered and said, I know not. Then the Creator said to him, be trembling and quaking. Be trembling and quaking. Then Cain trembled and became terrified, and through this sign all made him an example before all creation, to show him as the murderer of his brother. Also all brought trembling and terror over him, so that he might see the peace, the shalom he had before, and also see the trembling and terror he endured at the end, so that he might humble him before all and repent of his sin and seek the peace that he enjoyed at first. remember when he was first born, he was a hater of Yahuwah. Well, he was a hater. But he had joy when he first did the offering. Remember what Yahushua said? I have this against you. As you have, what? You have lost the love that you had at the first. Repent and do your first works over. Cain, you hard-hearted people. You hard-hearted people. You hard-hearted individuals. You hard-hearted people. Cain. Repent. Seek the peace that you enjoyed at the first. Oh, you mean the first day of creation, the first day. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of it, and the Ruach Marakaf al-Panim, and the Allahims, and the gods, and the goddesses, and he breathed into their nostrils, and the man became a living being. He breathed into their nostrils, and the gods became light. And they said, let there be light. And once you become a God in light, then you become a child, and you obey your mother and father like Abel, and you fast and pray, meek and lowly, and love offerings. Have a humble mind with no deceit in your mind, in your heart. And then Yahuwah will hear you. Verse 26 says, the word of Yahuwah said, I will put 7 punishments on anyone who kills Cain. So all was not seeking to kill Cain with the sword, but he sought to make him die of fasting and praying and crying by his discipline. And until the time that he was delivered from his sin. Fasting and praying and crying by his discipline until the time that he was delivered from his sin. That's the whole point. Deliverance from sin. He only doing it so he delivered him from sin. That's why he didn't do anything. He said, I want you to repent, Cain. With fasting and praying and crying by his discipline. Because remember, Kukma is given with discipline and love. Fasting and praying like your brother Abel. That you may have a pure heart and no guile or deceit. And when you offer up your prayer and your praise, I will receive it. Verse 27, and it says, the 7 punishments are the 7 generations during which all awaited Cain for the murder of his brother. 7 generations. But ever since he had killed his brother, Cain could not find no rest in any place. So he went back to Adam and Yahuwah, trembling and terrified, and defiled with blood. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. It'll make you go back to your mother and father. It'll make you return back to your mother and father. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of knowledge. The fear of Yahuwah is eating plants. Every fruit yielding seed for food, to show kindness to all creatures and show humility. That is the fear of Yahuwah. Kind to all creatures and every one. Well, let's see. Psalms 50 and 6. The heavens declare his righteousness, for Yahuwah himself is judge, Selah. Hear, O people, and I will speak, Yasharal. I will testify against you. I am Yahuwah, your all. Not for your sacrifices do I rebuke you. Your burnt offerings are continually before me. I will not accept a bull from your house, or goats from your folds, for every beast of the forest is mine, every herd. The cattle on 1,000 hills, I know the birds of the hills, and all that moves in the field is mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world is mine, for the world and its fullness are mine. Do I eat flesh of lamb, bulls, ox, or drink blood of goats? Cain? You hard-hearted Cain? Remember Cain? Hard-hearted to his father when he told him to bring the produce. You who don't eat no bulls and goats and lambs for no sacrifice? Yahuwah don't look at man how man sees. He told the person who brought the pearls, doves, and the pigeons, Yahushua did, he said, you have a good heart. But, don't you know? Let me give you some light. Light. Let me show you what light is. Didn't he give the plants and the produce and the seeds, herb-yielding seed for food? Let these animals go. Cain, didn't he give the fruits and the vegetables and the trees and the things for food? Let that lamb go. Because you angry at your father Adam, you bring a lamb and your eyes on the lamb, when your eyes should have been not on the lamb. You should have been obeying your father and brought the produce like Abel, with a meek and lowly and humble mind without deceit. But you brought some flesh. You were like, do I eat flesh? You hard-hearted Cain? You hard-hearted people towards all creatures, as Ezekiel, Enoch, and many other witnesses, even Yahushua himself. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote this. Even Shaul in Romans 15:4, Romans chapter 14. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote this. Even in 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians chapter 11, when he said, talking about putting away. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote this. But from the beginning, it wasn't so. It wasn't even so. So when you read here, it says, offer to all a sacrifice of thanksgiving and perform your vows to the Most High Yahuwah, and call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver you, and you will glorify or kabod me. Yuchanan 5:19. So Yahushua said to them, truly I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatsoever the Father does, the Son does likewise. Oh, you mean the Son does likewise. So Abel followed the example of his father and brought the produce of the land and brought it for an offering. And Adam told his son Cain to bring the produce of the land, but Cain was hard-hearted and he brought an ox. But when you read in the ESV and the King James and the Amplified and all these other writings, you see that it says that Abel, the humble, righteous, meek and lowly, who followed the example of his father, told him to bring produce, brought an ox from the herd to offer to Yahuwah, and Cain brought the produce, when in actuality it's not. Cain brought he was hard-hearted, he brought the lamb and the sheep, and Abel brought the produce by obeying Adam, his father. Lies they wrote to try to make Cain seem like he was more righteous than Abel in some way, form, or fashion, and saying that Abel, Yahuwah, received the offering of the herd, when in actuality he didn't. He received the produce from Abel. But in these writings, they try to make it seem like Abel, even though he was righteous Abel, Yahuwah received the animals when he never did that. Verse Allah Samuel says, 1 Samuel says 16:6, when they came, he looked at Eliab and thought, surely Yahuwah's anointed is before him. But Yahuwah said to Samuel, do not look on the appearance or the right or the stature, because I have rejected him. Cain, hard-hearted, angry at his mother and his father, hard-hearted toward his brother, hater of his sister, exercised rulership and lordship over people, over his brother, hard-hearted, listening to Satan, sow words and see and believe his words and say, kill his brother. Listen to him when he offered him riches and fame and money and silver and gold to control him. And he received it with joy. And he was full of rage, and he used that as his fuel. And he says, you have rejected him, for Yahuwah sees not as man sees. Man look at the outward. Man looks on the outward appearance, but Yahuwah looks on the heart, the mind. Okay. Matthew 5:24. You have heard that it was said to you of old, you shall not murder. And whosoever murders will be liable of judgment. But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment. Whoever insults his brother will be liable to the council, and whoever says you fool shall be liable of hellfire. So if you are offering your gift at the altar, Cain and Abel, and then you remember that your brother has something against you, Cain he held everything in. He never expressed how he felt. He never expressed to extinguish Satan in his mind. He held it all in. He said, you remember that your brother has something against you. Leave your gift before the altar and go. First be reconciled to your brother, then come offer your gift. Instead of going to the gift and shoving your brother from the altar and pushing him away from the place of worship and doing all these things, having hatred and murderous thoughts in your mind, you should go get it right before you offer your gift. And then Yahuwah will accept it. But being that you see, Cain didn't have a good heart. And Abel did. And Abel obeyed his father and brought the produce because Yahuwah don't eat no flesh. And then you see that Cain brought the lamb because he was hard-hearted and angry toward his father. And he offered it with murderous thoughts. You see that Yahuwah did not accept his gift on the altar. Even after Adam did it a second time and said, both of y'all offer to your God and let's see which one is all. You see that? Yirmiyahu 8:8. He says, how can you say we are wise and the law of Yahuwah is with us? But behold, the lying pen of the scribes has made it into a lie. Bereshit chapter 4. The wise men shall be put to shame. They shall be dismayed and taken. Behold, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah. So what wisdom is with them? What Kukma is with them? The one who made all things made Kukma, wisdom, and understanding. What wisdom is with them? What Kukma? So this is Aleph Yukanan. For this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that you should love one another. You heard this from the beginning, that you should love one another. All creatures, all animals, eat herb-yielding seed and plants, is fruit and for food. You're supposed to love all creatures and animals and humans, and not love gold, silver, and things that they use to control man today. And robes, and all these things. I got my own place, like Satan offered Cain. And guess what it says? We should not be like Cain, who was of the evil one and murdered his brother. And why did he murder him? Because his own deeds were evil and his brothers were righteous. Cain's heart was full of murderous thoughts, proud, arrogant, boastful. He was full of murder. He was promised things by Cain. He was hard-hearted from birth. He was a hater of his sister and his brother. He was angry with his mother and his father. He hated his own household. He hated the house he grew up in. He didn't show no honor to his mother and father, even by obeying his father and mother. He beat his mother and mother. He even hated the father's offering when he told him to bring the produce of the land. He brought a lamb. But even though that lamb was there to redeem him from his sin. And his eyes are on the lamb. But not knowing the lamb that was coming down the line was to bear the sin. And Yahuwah put the sin on the ground and allowed the ground to bear the sin. And you look at the animal that Cain slain, the lamb. He said, behold, the Lamb of Yahuwah will take away the sin of the world. Fast and pray and repent with tears and fasting until your sins are renewed, until you're renewed in your mind. For the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. These things were done so that Cain could repent. We said, no, let's not be like Cain, who was a murderer. Because he said, from the beginning, we're supposed to love each other. He says, why did he murder him? Because his own deeds were evil and his brothers were righteous. Righteous. So when you start looking at these stories and you start looking at what's written, then you start to understand Yahuwah, do I eat flesh? Did I not give the herb-yielding seed for food? The akla for food? For you to eat those? Did I give you a lamb? Did I tell you to offer a lamb? Do I eat flesh with you? Should I eat flesh? I was made in Yahuwah's image from the garden. I don't eat no flesh. Cain. You hard-hearted people. Love one another. Love. This is you heard from the beginning. Love. Right? So, Ezekiel 36 and 23. And I will vindicate my Kadush and sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, the Goyim, which you have profaned among them. And the nations will know that I am Yahuwah, declares Yahuwah all. When through you I will vindicate my Kadush before their eyes, and I will take you from the nations and gather you from all the countries and bring you to your own land. And I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. And all your uncleanness from all your idols I will cleanse you. And I will give you a new, or you say kadashah, heart, Allah, and a new ruach. And I will put within you, and I will remove the heart of stone, that big stone that Cain picked up, that heart that he had toward his brother, that heart of stone that he had toward his sister. He hated her from birth. He had anger with his mother and father. He hard-hearted Cain, Satan, taking Satan's word, receiving with joy. See, I'm going to take that hard-hearted you got. You receiving the words of demons and spirits and all these things. And I'm going to give you a heart of flesh. I'll make you tender-hearted and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my ruach within you and cause you to walk in my statutes and be careful to obey my rules, my judgment, my mishpat, my judgment. That's what he gave to Cain after he killed his brother. Obey my judgments. He only did it so he could repent, so he would stop doing what he's doing. That's the only reason he did it. So the word for new is kadash, or kadashah. It means a new thing, fresh, a new thing. I'm going to put a new heart within you. The old is passed away, all things have become new. No longer do I have a hard heart, hatred for my brother and sister, my mother and my father. I obey my mother and my father. I do everything my parent tells me to do. My all parent, Yahuwah sits in the highest Shamayim, the mother and the father. I'm gonna make all things new. Behold, I make a new earth and a new Shamayim. All things have new. It's all things new for you. The word for heart is lab or lave, lamed and bith, the teacher of the house, the teacher of the mind, the teacher of the body. The teacher of your body is your mind, you, your body. When Satan sows the seed in Cain's mind, that was the teacher of the rest of his body. His body was taught and it followed. Satan came over and over again, kept watering that tree and kept offering him more and more. He increased them more and more and more and more. With silver and gold, as long as he kept that hard heart, Satan said, I love you. I love hard-hearted people. I love you. And he said, I wouldn't tell you if I didn't love you. I wouldn't tell you I would give you gold and silver and robes and be with relations with me. I won't tell you these things. I'm in the north. Are you there? Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you there? It says, word for heart is inner man, mind, heart, understanding, inner part, the soul heart of man, memory, inclination, resolution, determination or will. This all is within the heart. Conscience, your conscience, your appetites, your emotions and passions. These all are within. Your seat of courage is all within. Courage is within. Emotions and passions, appetites, conscience, determination, will, memory, knowledge, soul, heart, mind, understanding, inner man, inner being, within. This is all in your mind. This is your heart. This is who you are, your mind. And when Satan gets in your mind, he can get you to do, and he can keep you in a prison of a hard-hearted mind, in a stony prison. You want to know why they make prisons of stone? So the word for rules and judgments is mishpat. It means judgment, justice, judgment, act of deciding a case, process, procedure, litigation, judges, case, cause presented for decision of judgment, execution of judgment, time of judgment, justice, right, rectitude, attributes of all or man, ordinances, decisions in law, right, privilege, due, legal, proper, fitting, measure. So when we start looking at Yahuwah talking about you're going to walk in my judgments, whatever his verdict is for your life, walk in it. Mishpat. So the word for within is kareb. So I'm going to put a new heart within. Karab. In the midst. Among inner parts. The inner man, the physical sense, a seat of thought and emotion within. All these take place within. In the inner man. This is all about you. In the innermost among, right? Entrails. Of sacrifice of animals, all these things took place within Cain. Within your body. It takes place within, not out. It takes place within. The word for statute is coke. Or cock. And it says statute, ordinance, limit, something prescribed, a task. So enactments, statutes, conditions, civil enactments. When we start looking at law in general, statutes, I gave every herb yielding seed and plant, green plant for food. And for all the animals and creatures that I gave them plants for food. That is a statute. That is a law. Why? Because it's going to stop you from doing other things. Once your appetite is affected, then you start killing and destroying everything. The animals, the trees, people, humans, your mother, your children, your father, your mother. You start destroying everything. So this is Ukanan 3 and 5, or John 3 and 5. Yahushua answered, truly I say to you, unless one is born of water and ruach, he cannot enter the kingdom of all. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of spirit, or ruach, is ruach. Do not marvel that I said you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So is everyone who is born of the ruach. In the beginning, when the ruach came into the world, moved upon the face of the waters, and he said, let there be light. And those who received him gave you power to become the sons of light. In the beginning, and by receiving that ruach, you're not born of the ruach. And it's just like the wind moves against the trees, that's you. So the Odes of Solomon 6, as the wind moves through the heart and the strings speak, so the Ruach of Yahuwah speaks through my members, and I speak through his love. His love for all creatures and all people and all living things that he created. For he destroys whatever is foreign, and everything is of Yahuwah. For thus it has been from the beginning, and it will be unto the end, so that nothing will be contrary, and nothing will rise up against him. Nothing. No tree, no nothing. And when we start looking at the transformation that has to take place within, we have to understand how he moves. It's his rule, it's his ruach that moves. This gives the understanding that one knows that Cain did not bring no fruit, no produce, and that Abel did not bring, as is written in these Bibles and these books and these things that's written, he did not bring no ox. Because if you're going to be in the image of Yahuwah and obey Adam and his father and mother, you're going to bring the produce of the land. But when your heart is hardened, you'll bring an ox. You'll bring a lamb. Because of the hardness of your heart, he suffered you to do these things. But from the beginning, it was not so. Before Cain was even born, it was not so. Luke 11:14. Now he was casting out demons that were mute. When the demon had gone out, the mute man spoke, and the people marveled. But some of them said, he cast out demons by Beelzebub, the prince of demons, or Mastama. While others, to test him, kept saying, seeking from him a sign from Shamayim. But he, knowing their thoughts, said to them, every kingdom divided against itself is laid waste, and a divided household falls. So please don't think you have a household, as he made it in the beginning, you think that the house gonna stand if it's divided? Who brings division in a household? Who makes enemies in their own house? Who makes and forms these things? When you start looking at how Satan works, David slew his 10,000, Saul his 1,000, and from that day forth, it was division. It was division in the house. That was a lie. It was division amongst two brothers. Created a whole composite of fighting. And if Satan also is divided against itself, how will his kingdom stand? For you say that I cast out demons by Beelzebub. And if I cast out demons by Beelzebub, by whom do your sons cast them out? Therefore, they will be your judges. So now you're saying that he's saying that, okay, so if I'm casting them out by Beelzebub, I guess they doing the same thing then. Because I know they're not more righteous than I am. That's what Yahushua's saying. But if it is by the finger of Yahuwah that I cast out demons, then the kingdom of Yahuwah has come upon you, because I have freed you from Satan's mind. Then the kingdom has come upon you. When a strong man fully armed guards his own palace, his goods are safe. But when one stronger than he attacks him and overcomes him, he takes away his armor in which he trusted and divides his spoil. Whosoever is not with me is against me, and whosoever does not gather with me scatters. So you can clearly see that Yahushua is saying, I'm stronger than those demons in the house. That's why I come and take over. That's why the kingdom has come to you. Because I cast them out. Because that armor that he's trusting in and thinking that he's going to guard his own house, he's like, man, somebody stronger than you going to come and take that away from you. Because you trusted in that thing. But when I come, the kingdom has come to you. So when you start looking at these aspects of our lives, and you start looking at the things that's written aforetime, even the things that they've taken out, the things they altered, the lion pen of the scribes, and all the things that they've done, let's look at even a lot more, because there's a lot more. Right? But Apocryphon of Yuchanan, or John, page 7, says, all of a sudden, while I was contemplating these things, the heavens opened, and the whole creation shone with light from above, and the world quaked. And I was afraid, yet behold, a little child appeared before me in the light. And I continued looking at him, and he became an old man, and he changed again and becoming like a young man. Like a young man. Keep that in mind. And I didn't understand what I was seeing. But one likeness had several forms in light, and those likenesses appeared each through the other, and the vision had 3 forms. And he said to me, Ukanan, why doubt? Why be afraid? Do you not know this image? Be not afraid. I am with you always. I am the Father and the Mother, the Son. I am incorruptible purity. I have come to teach you about what is and what was and will be, in order for you to understand the invisible world and the world that is visible and the immovable race of perfect humanity. Raise your head and understand my lessons. Share them with any other who have received the Ruach, who are from the immovable race of perfect humanity. So when we read this, again, we said when the chief archon learned that they had elevated above him and that their mental ability surpassed his, he wanted to put a stop to their thought. But he did not know the extent of their mental superiority and could not stop them. The chief ruler and his powers plotted a strategy to send his demons to human daughters to make themselves children by them, to enjoy, but they failed. After their failure, they made another plan. They created an artificial ruach, something that is not of Yahuwah, his word, and modeled on the spirit who descended and impregnated souls by means of this spirit. That's how Cain got pregnant in his mind. He got pregnant in his mind by the seeds of Satan. And he said, I love you, Cain. I would not tell you if I didn't love you. He impregnated him. He enjoined to Satan in love and joy. He was joyed for to receive his word, and therefore he fulfilled that spirit's requirements. And then it says the demons changed their appearance to look like women's husbands. So it says they filled the women with the spirit of darkness and wickedness. So they transformed to look like women's husbands, and they filled the women with the spirits of darkness and wickedness. It says they brought into being gold and silver, presents and money and iron and other metals and all things of this sort. You see, that's exactly what Satan offered Cain. He offered him gold and silver and robes and the wedding. He gonna have a nice wedding and all these things. And then he said, your relationship is gonna be with me in the north, in the sides of the north. You're gonna be prominent. He said, all you gotta do is kill your brother for some gold and silver, Judas. For some gold and silver, Cain. The pattern has not changed, people. They only used it to control. It says presents and money and iron and metals and all things of this sort. That's what Satan promises Yahushua when he was on the mountain. You see all these kingdoms? I'll give them all to you if you bow down and worship me. And the people who were attracted were led astray into troubles and were greatly misled and grew old. You're just going to continue to just chase these things. You grow old. Experiencing no pleasure and died. Finding no truth. Cain. Never knowing the true all Yahuwah. This is the way they enslaved all creation from the foundation of the world until now. Cain. Satan enslaves him. He came frequently to tell him to kill his brother. Even to say, your brother, they don't love you. They love Abel more than you. Sowing the seeds of he's better than you. Sowing the seeds of they're better than you. Sowing the seeds of she's better than you. Sowing the seeds of he's better than you. I'm not good enough seeds. I'm not good enough in the mind. And those I'm not good enough, and those you're not loving who you are, not knowing who you are as a being in Yahuwah's image, not loving who you are, not knowing who you are and what it creates inside. It gives place to Satan in your mind and demons and devils, and they get you to do things in this world that destroy, kill, steal, and destroy. He said they enslaved all creation in the foundation of the world until now. Jubilees, Pseudepigrapha Volume 2, Noah's Prayer to the Demons. And you see, in the third week of that Jubilee, the polluted demons began to lead astray the children of Nuach's sons, to lead them into folly and to destroy them. That's what Satan and Stam and all other beings do. And the sons of Nuach came to Nuach, their father, and told him about the demons who were leading astray and binding and killing his grandchildren. And he prayed before Yahuwah his all, and he said to all the spirits which are in all flesh. So Cain did never go to his father and tell him about the demons that were leading him astray. They're trying to lead him astray. He didn't. He held it inside. And he fulfilled what was spoken. And he killed his brother. He destroyed the son. He destroyed the son because he held it in and not actually communicating and saying how the demons are leading. Devil and Satan is trying to lead him astray. All he had to do was communicate. And let's see what happened. He prayed before Yahuwah his all, and he said all of the spirits which are in all flesh, who acted mercifully with me and saved me and my sons from the water of the flood, and did not let me perish as you did the children of perdition, because great was your grace, or kind, upon me, and great was your mercy upon my soul. Let your grace be lifted up upon my sons, and do not let the evil spirits rule over them, lest they destroy them from the earth. He prayed. Isn't that what the Malach told Abel to do? He prayed. He prayed. He said, pray and fast, and be not afraid. That's what he did. It says, but Barak me, my sons, and let us grow and increase and fill the earth. Isn't that what he told Adam and Korah? He says, you know not that which your watchers, the fathers of these spirits, did in my days, and also these spirits who are alive. Yeah, these spirits are still here. Shut them up and take them to the place of judgment, and do not let them cause corruption among the sons of your servants, O my all, because they are cruel and were created to destroy. And let them not rule over the spirits of the living, because you alone know their judgment, and do not let them have power over the children of the righteous henceforth and forever. And Yahuwah our all spoke to us so that we might bind them. And the chief of spirits Mastama came, and he said, O Yahuwah, Creator, leave some of them before me, and let them obey my voice, and let them do everything which I tell them. Because if some of them are not left to me, I will not be able to exercise authority of my will among the children of men, because they are intended to corrupt and lead astray. Cain. Hard-hearted people, right? Take one of the ox from you, hard-hearted, and lamb, and put it up on the altar, and offer it with hatred and guile and malice and murderous thoughts. Cain. He says, before my judgment, or mishpat, because the evil of the sons of men is great. And he said, let 1/10 of them remain before him, but let 9 parts go down to the place of judgment. So now you see. This is Job 20:12. So let's get into this. I know this is long, but if you can endure unto the end, you'll see some things. EU 20:12. Though evil is sweet in his mouth, though he hides it under his tongue, though he is loath to let it go and holds it in his mouth. Cain. Yet his food is turned in his stomach. It is the venom of cobras within. Maybe say, I'm going to put a new heart within you. But Cain had it within his mind. It stayed in his thoughts. The seeds of Satan remained, and he came over and over again to water that plant. Just like he was we tend our plants and our trees in the garden. He was tending his plant and his tree in the garden. A tear. murderous thoughts, jealous and envy of his brother, hateful toward his mother and his father, hateful toward his children. I love you, Cain. Hater from birth. Kill a lamb. Eat flesh. He said, though he held it in, Cain never went to go explain it to his father and his mother. Never went to go tell him about the spirit and demon that came to him like Abel did. Abel went to go tell his father after Satan came. Cain didn't. He went to go tell the parent when Satan came. Yet, his food is turned in his stomach. It is venom of cobras within. Because you held it in. He swallows down riches, Cain, and vomits them up again. Elohim cast them out of his belly. Yahuwah cast him out of his belly. He will suck the poisons of cobras, and the tongue of vipers will kill him. He swallows down riches and vomits them up again. Yahuwah cast them out of his belly. He will suck the poison of cobras, and the tongue of vipers will kill him. The word for venom is merara, or marara. It means bitter thing, gall, poison, venom, bitterness, bile, a serpent, bile of a venom of a serpent. The word for cobra is pathan or pathin. It is snake, a venomous serpent, perhaps a cobra, an adder, a viper. It means to twist, an asp, an adder, a cobra. So word for viper is viper, snake, an asp, a venomous serpent, a viper, kind of viper, right? So when we start looking at the aspects of each individual entity, venom, cobras, viper, he said he's going to drink the blood of cobras, of snakes and vipers and cobras. So when you start looking at this person, you start looking at Satan, you start looking at the hissing sound. When Satan was speaking to Cain, his hard-hearted mind, his hard-hearted, stony heart, he was hissing on his mind. He was wise as a serpent with his words. But let's see what happened. Matthew 12:34. It says, "You brood of vipers." You see that? "How can you speak good when you are evil?" Satan. Remember what Cain did when his brother? What did he do? "Oh, you stranger, you have never been out in the field and see these beautiful trees and all these things." He carried a staff and let him walk through. He walked with the path with him, speaking nice, kind words. But yet, you trying to speak good to your brother, but you are evil inside, Cain. You are a viper, just like your father, whom you listened to, the snake that took over his mind. And it says, "For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The good person out of the good treasures brings forth good, and the evil person out of the evil treasures brings forth evil." Cain. "I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give an account for every careless word they speak. By your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned." I pray, you hear people pray and they say, "I pray that he don't ever get his mind get twisted. Every person he helps, I hope he twists his mind, and I hope he never recovers." So what if Yahuwah prayed that prayer about you? All the mistakes and things that one has done, and then people pray and hope. These are all evil stuff, evil seeds, and the evil in one's mind. Matthew 23:29. "Woe to you, scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites, for you build the tombs of the Navi'im and decorate the monuments of the righteous, saying, If we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. Thus, you witness against yourselves, you are the sons of those who murdered the prophets. Oh, you mean like Cain, full of murderous thoughts, offering your gifts on the altar. It says, fill up then the measures of your fathers, you serpents, you brood of vipers, you genealogy of snakes, you poisonous asps, you Pathan. You Ephah, you snakes. You see how the snake was born in Cain's mind? It says, how are you to escape the sentence of hell? How? Therefore I send you prophets, Nabiim, and wise men, and scribes, some of whom you will kill, Cain, and crucify. Some of you will flog in your congregations. Cain beat him over with a stick, beat him over the head with his staff, like they did Yahushua Mashiach. They beat him over the head with his staff. What else did they do? They beat him over the head, and smashed his brains in with a stone. That's what Cain did. He said, and persecute from town to town. And Abel was just a servant, a humble, meek, and lowly servant. And Cain was supposed to be a servant, but he was a hard-hearted servant. And he sold his brother, and he killed his brother for some money, gold and silver, even as Judas. He was a servant of his father, and Abel was a servant of his father and obeyed his father and mother. And persecute from town to town, so that on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of the righteous Abel, for the one who brought the produce of the land, who was kind, meek, and lowly, and humble, and loved offer sacrifice, who fasted and prayed, and even when Satan came, he didn't believe his words, and the offer of his praise and his offerings to Yahuwah continually, 3 times a week. Yahuwah loving what he did. He said, from righteous Abel came to the blood of Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, whom was murdered between the sanctuary and the altar. Cain, who pushed them away from the altar, as we read. Truly I say to you, all these things will come upon this generation. So the word for serpents in this is ophis. In Greek, snakes, sharpness of vision, sky, cunning, artful, malicious person. The word for vipers is echidna, an adder, a poisonous snake, a viper, a snake, a serpent. You Pathan, you cobras, you vipers, you poisonous, venomous snakes, like you see in the garden. Ayin. You see? Just like a snake in the garden. You're supposed to be servants in the garden, but you have some snakes in the garden. Some serpents, some vipers, some Cains, some Cain pastors, some Cain leaders, some Cain shepherds, some Cain prophets, some Cain prophetesses. You have some Cain beings and other gods and other beings and wise gods out here, trying to deceive and trying to slither their way through this life. But no more they will. No more they will, because light or is now shining. It says, Matthew 3:7, it says, but when he saw the Pharisees and the Sadducees coming to the immersion, people who know the writings, know the Torah, know his wise men, some believe in resurrection, miracles, and angels, and some don't. It said, you brood of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath to come? It says, bear fruit in keeping repentance, and do not presume to say to yourself, we are Abraham as our father. For I tell you, all Yahuwah is able to, from these stones, to raise up children to Abraham, for Abraham. Even now the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, that does not bear fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. You brood of vipers, the axe is laid to the root of the trees, because he's a tiller of the garden. He is a servant in the garden. And he sees there are poisonous trees and poison ivy trees and poison branches and dead trees. And he's like, right now, the axe is laid to the root of the trees. We got a bunch of Cains walking around. So when we look at these things, we see the story of Cain and Abel. We see how they've been changed. We see how they altered their writings. We see how they want you to forsake the original commandment of eating the trees and the fruits of the trees, because hard-hearted people, hard-heartedness doesn't allow one to offer gifts of produce and the things and eat the green plants and the herbs. The archons want to stop your thought. Beings want to stop your thought. Satan wants to stop your thought with these rocks. Ephesians 6:10. Finally, be strong in Yahuwah. You got to be strong. And in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of all, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. You got to put on the whole armor. Cain didn't. You got to fast and pray. You got to seek him continually. You got to offer gifts, because if you don't, then Satan gets in your thoughts, in your mind, and then guess what happens? He rules. He'll rule your thoughts and your mind, and he'll be able to have access to you at any time. Cain. But we're going to find out some more things about this being. But against the principalities and authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present world. He said, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers of the present darkness. Darkness. Against spiritual forces of evil in heavenly places. Therefore, take the whole armor of Elohim, or Yahuwah, right? That you may be able to withstand in the evil day. And having done all, stand firm. So when you read, that was the ESV, this is King James, says, put on the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Right? So when you look at high places, let's see. So a word for principalities in Greek, or is arche, or arche. It means commencement or concrete chief in various applications in order, times, and place. It's a beginning, corner at first estate. Magistrates, powers, principalities, principal rule. So when you start looking at magistrates and places of judgment, principalities, chief. When you start looking at this, you got to look a little deeper. Word for power is exousia. Exousia. In a sense, ability, privilege. It means freedom or mastery concretely. Magistrates. Here we go. Magistrate. These are all judgment halls. Places that superhuman pontinate. Pontinate. When you start looking at this, it says token of control, powers, delegate, influence, authority, jurisdiction, liberty, powers, right of strength. Powers, this is what we wrestle against. Rulers are cosmic powers. It says cosmocrator, a world ruler, an epithet of Satan. This is what we wrestled against. Darkness, skotos. It says, this is in Hebrew, in Greek, shadiness, obscurity, likeness, figuratively. Darkness, skotos, darkness, unseen beings. World ruler, an epithet of Satan. Magistrate, superhuman pontinate, magistrates. This is what we wrestling against. It says world, aeon, and age. So of this age, of course, eternal, forever. Ever beginning of while or world began without end. So you got spiritual is pneumatikos, right? And it says non-carnal, that is humanly ethereal. That means this is an unseen being. Humanly ethereal. Right? That's when we see Satan came to Cain, he came in in the form of a man. It says daemonically, a spirit. It says supernatural, regenerate, religious, spiritual compare. That's spiritual. You have wickedness, porneia, depravity, malice, plots of sin, iniquity, wickedness. Then it says high. Above the sky, celestial, heavenly. It is eporaneous, celestial beings, celestial, supernatural magistrates, world leaders of Satan, supernatural pontinate magistrates of darkness. That's what we wrestle against. Vipers, snakes, serpents, hard-hearted people who are easily controlled. You have to be tender-hearted. It says, as you can see, there's a lot. So you getting this military briefing on who you're dealing with. Bereshit 3:1. It says, now the serpent was more crafty than any of the beasts of the field that Yahuwah Elohim had made. He said to the woman, so look at this serpent, the venom, viper, serpent, same thing when you start looking at, he said he's more crafty, he was more wise, right? And he says, did Elohim actually say, you shall not eat of any tree in the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but Yahuwah said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the midst of the garden, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. But the serpent said to the woman, you will not surely die. For Yahuwah Elohim knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. So the word for crafty is arum. It says crafty, participle, cunning, prudent, subtle. So he was more cunning, prudent, crafty. Now the serpent. So the word for serpent is nakash, a snake, a hiss, a serpent, a snake, a viper, a cobra, a poisonous snake, a hiss, a viper, a cobra, a pathan. So when you start looking at this, you start looking at, oh, brood of vipers, who warns you to flee the wrath to come? When you start looking at the Satan and coming to Cain and sowing seeds, just same way this serpent is sowing seeds in Kawu's mind, or in Eve's mind, the same way he sowed Cain in Cain's mind. When Adam heard about how Satan came to Abel, he was troubled because he dealt with this being before, Satan himself. Remember, the serpent is not the enemy. It's Satan that's in the serpent. Cain is being taken advantage of, the evil incarnation, because its heart is hardened. So he gives place to Satan, and now Satan can use his body to destroy somebody else. Same way Saul got envy and jealous of David, and then an evil spirit was able to jump in him, and he was trying to destroy David the same way he destroyed Abel, the same way he jumped in Kawud to destroy Adam. Same pattern. The word for crafty is arum, right? The name for Nakash is Nakash, snake, his serpent. So when you add up Nun, those who actually know, the numbering systems of the alphabet, Nun is 50, Kath is 8, or Ket, and Shan is 300, which is 358, which equals to 16, which equals to 7. You break it down to the smallest common denominator. We're trying to get to the root of the problem. So the word for the seventh letter of the alphabet is Zen or Zan, which means sword, cut, knife, word, law, rest, perfection. So when you start seeing what is knives and swords are used for, to cut, to kill, that's what they're used for. They're used for that purpose. They're used for that purpose. Nakash, a snake, a serpent. Oh, you generation of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath to come? The Testament of Louis, or Levi, 4:13 through 18 says, "For as the heavens or the Shamayim is pure in Yahuwah's sight, so then the earth, so also be ye the lights of Yasharal purer than all the Gentiles, Goim. But if you be darkened through transgression, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual weakness in high places. Darkness. You be darkened through transgression. What therefore will all the Gentiles do, living in blindness? Yea, ye shall bring a curse upon your race, our race. Why? Because all your children and your wives will be cursed because you rejected Yahuwah. You rejected wisdom and nurture. So now you brought a curse on yourself. Because the light of the law, which was given to you to lighten every man that ye desire to destroy by teaching commandments contrary to the ordinances of Yahuwah. What were the original ordinances of Yahuwah? When you look at the light, the order came in the beginning. What was the original ordinances? We talked about it. It says, the offering of Yahuwah ye shall rob, and from his portion shall ye steal choice portions, eating them contemptuously with harlots. And out of covetousness ye shall teach the commandment of Yahuwah. Wedded women ye shall pollute, ye shall commit adultery. And virgins of Jerusalem shall ye defile. You should just destroy women. When you start seeing this pattern of women just being destroyed, virgins you're going to defile. Harlots and adulteresses you shall be joined. Sound like Bereshit 6:1. When the sons of Yahuwah saw that the daughters of men, they were fair, and they were beautiful, and some writings that say they were naked, walked around with rouges. They took them wives of whom they chose, and they even married women and defiled them. Didn't care about women, didn't care about the women. They just destroyed women. They don't even care. Eating flesh. The offerings. It says, and the daughters of the Gentiles, Goim, shall ye take to wife. Look at that. Purifying them with unlawful purification, and your union shall be like Sodom and Gomorrah. And ye shall be puffed up because of your priesthood, lifting up yourselves against men. Of course, that's what they do today. And not only so, but also against the commandments of Yahuwah. You vipers, you snakes, you princes of darkness. That's exactly what you are. Cain. Mashali, Proverbs 6:20-23. My son, keep your father's commandment, and forsake not your mother's teaching. Bind them on your heart always. Tie them around your neck. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is or, and reproof and instructions are a way of life. Keep your father and your mother's teaching. Your father and mother in Shamayim. Honor your mother and your father, for this is the first commandment with promise. Yahuwah is your father and your mother. Don't forget your father and your commandments and your mother's teaching. Cain, who told you, bring the produce of the land and bring it for an offering, you and Abel. Your father's commandment. Don't forsake it. Don't forsake nurture and wisdom. Don't forsake Yahuwah. Why? Because then, bind them on your heart always. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is or, and reproofs and instructions are a way of life. It is a way. Matthew 6:22. The eye is the lamp of the body. So if your eye is healthy, your whole body will be full of ore, of light, like it was in the beginning. All the gods and goddesses who received the light gave power to become the sons of light. He breathed into his nostrils, and man became a living soul. That being, that ruach, is you. And you breathe inside of a physical body, you bring it to life to follow the light that was in the beginning. You're a God who now entered a body of flesh. And you follow the light that gave you power to become a son and daughter of light. And you have to become a child inside of a human body. And guess what happens? You now become a child of light. And out of darkness, you won't be darkened through transgression by teachers of darkness, by instructors of darkness. Because they teach hatred, jealousy, envy, strife, color. They teach about skin color. They teach about your flesh. They try to get you to your life is now taught by fleshly appearances of what people look like. These are all princes of darkness. You see how Satan said, I love you too? He was a teacher of darkness. But yeah, he could still say, I love you. He could still give you instructions. Kill your brother. Hate your brother. Hate who he is. Hate the other men who are image and the likeness of Yahuwah. Hate them. Keep hating. That's the prince of darkness. These are all the sons of darkness. Because they darken through transgression. He said, but if your eye is bad, your whole body will be full of darkness. And if then the light in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? You see how dark they are inside? They are the gods of darkness. Outwardly, they appear righteous. They got the high judgment seats. They talking about your skin color. They talking about how you look. Oh, it's a white man, a black man, a blue man, a purple man. They put all these things as why they're superior or why they're in division and why they have this and why they have that, when actuality is not. Because we only have one master. There's only one Yahuwah. There's only one house and there's only one body. Cain. Bereshit 1:1. In the beginning, Elohim. The Elohims created the Shamaim and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Ruach Marakav al Panim hovered and moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. How great. The whole body is illuminated. If the light of, he said, the eye is healthy, the whole body is full of light. Let there be light. And it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And now you're starting to see the separation between darkness and light. Elohim, it says, Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and there was morning, Akkad, Yum. 1 Thessalonians 5:5. For you are the children of light, the children of the day. We are not of the night, nor of the darkness. We are not of the night or of the darkness. Are you of the darkness? Are you darkened in your mind? Are you darkened in your mind? Levi, Louis, you priests, and all the people, are you dark? Because you think about it. To raise your thoughts and your vibrations and your frequency to a higher light, to the light that was in the beginning, to allow Mashiach to be your shepherd, to allow Mashiach to be your leader, to allow the Or that created all things, to allow the Kukma and wisdom to be your nurture and your guide, you will no longer be cursed. Your women won't be cursed. Your sons won't be cursed. But being that man is now darkness, everything's out of course and being destroyed. It's the Dead Sea Scrolls. 4Q 544, the vision of Amram. If people don't know who Amram is Moshe, or Moses' father. Yes. He said, I saw watchers in my vision, a dream vision, and behold, two men argued about me and said, and they were engaged in a great quarrel concerning me. I asked them, you, what are you thus about me? I asked them, he says, you are what are you talking about me? What are you thus about me? They answered and said to me, we have been made masters and rule over the sons of men. And they said to me, which of us do you choose? Which one do you choose? I raised my eyes and saw one of them, and he looked, and his look was frightening, like those of a viper. Of a viper, and the garments were multicolored, and he was extremely dark, like a viper, a snake. Or you mean like a reptilian? A viper, a snake, a reptile. Oh, you generation of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath to come? Oh, you generation of vipers and snakes and cobras and poisonous asps. As EU talked about, as Yahusha talked about, as is in the garden, as with Cain, right? Who warned you to flee? And afterwards I looked, and behold, his appearance was his face was like that of an adder. If you go online, you can go see what an adder looks like, a viper, a cobra. And he was covered with the tongues, and he was covered with together in his eyes. This watcher, who is he? And he said to me, because it's a space, because the Dead Sea Scrolls got a lot of things removed. This watcher is, and his three are Malachi Rasha. And I said, my master, what? Blank. And he said to me, blank, and all his paths are darkness, he is, in darkness. And you see, and he rules over all darkness, and I rule over all light. And you can clearly see, this man. He says, I rule over light. And he rules over all darkness and I rule over all light. It says the order of Yahuwah as far as the lands beyond the ocean. That's what's in here. The lands beyond the ocean. I rule over all light and over all that is Yahuwah's. And I rule over the men and for his God and grace and peace. And I rule over all the sons of light. And I asked and said to him, what are your names? And he answered and said to me, my three names are blank. I announce this to you, and also I will indeed inform you, for all the sons of light will shine, and all the sons of darkness will be dark. Darkness, darkened through transgression, sons of Levi, priests, officers, Cain, children of Cain. Hard-hearted people, murderous thoughts of animals and of people. For all the sons of light, and by all the knowledge that will. And the sons of darkness will be burnt. For all folly and wickedness are dark. See? And all peace and truth are bright. Shalom. And peace and truth. And Amat. For all the sons of light go toward the light, towards eternal joy and rejoicing. It's amazing how when Cain received Satan's words with joy, he went toward the darkness and joy. Then you had Abel, he went toward the light and joy, and he was fasting and praying and rejoicing and kept offering, and he was in joy. But Satan transformed himself into an angel of light, saying that he was joy, but he wasn't. Because eventually that joy was turned to grief, because it had nothing to do with light or So you can speak the truth and still be darkness. It says, for all the sons of light will go towards the light, towards eternal joy and rejoicing, and all the sons of darkness to go toward death and perdition. The people shall have brightness, and they will cause them to live. Malach Rasha, prince of darkness, and adder, a viper. O you generation of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath to come? Word for Rasha is wicked criminal, guilty one guilty of a crime, wicked, hostile to the unseen world, all. Wicked, guilty of sin, morally wrong, a bad person, condemned, guilty, ungodly, wicked man that did wrong. Darkness. We are not the children of the darkness. We are the children of light. This is the book of Joshua 24:14. Now therefore fear Yahuwah and serve him in sincerity and in truth, in spirit and in truth, in ruach and in truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood in Mizraim, and serve Yahuwah. And if it seem evil unto you to serve Yahuwah, choose you this day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood. These are unseen beings, people. The beings that possess the human bodies that people cause to worship. These are unseen forces and beings that exist throughout the cosmos, throughout the worlds, throughout the realms and the dimensions and the doorways and the gateways and the portals. It says, of the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve you. As for my body, this body that I have, as for this body, this mind, and these thoughts, this body, I will serve you. Even if you shove me away from the altar and you cast me out of your place, and even if you cast me out and you think you're doing Yahuwah's will, even if you do these things, and he says what? Build your own altar, Abel, and offer it up to Yahuwah. Build your own and offer up to Yahuwah. Without guile, without hatred, without envy, without any type of a pure body, and I will receive it. Hallelujah. But remember that Malachi of darkness and light, they say, which one do you choose? You choose darkness or you choose or. Ruach Marakav Alpanim, all that receive him gave me power to become the sons of light. If you receive the light of every man that cometh into the world, the light of every God and goddess that created, said, let there be light, and he formed all things. Even the breath that was inside of Adam was created by the very Kukma and wisdom that came from the highest Shamayim and down to the earth and breathed into his nostrils, and man became a living being. Matthew 12:13 again, 33. It says, either make the tree good and its fruits good, or make the tree bad and its fruits bad. For the tree is known by its fruit, by what it does. You brood of vipers, how can you speak good when you are evil? For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The good person out of the good treasures brings forth good, and every evil person out of the evil treasures bring forth evil. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give an account for every careless word that they speak. For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. Vipers, echidna, uncertain origin, an adder, or other a poisonous snake, a viper. You can be a silent viper like Cain and hold everything in and not tell no one. You could still be a silent viper, a snake, not communicate your feelings and how you feel and make things right with your mother, your brother, your sisters. Like Cain, he hard-hearted for his sister, hard-hearted for his brother, angry at his mother, angry at his wife, listening to Satan, and held it all in and never made anything right. And now when you speak, it's poison, just like he did to Abel. You family, where you been at? You a stranger? You ain't gonna come out here in the field? I ain't seen you. We ain't never hung out together. And led him with a staff in his hand. And by leading him out with a staff, he waited for nobody's sheep to be around, and he killed him. Cain. Matthew 3:7. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to the immersion, he said to them, "You brood of vipers, who warned you to flee the wrath to come? Bear fruit in keeping repentance. And do not presume to say that to yourselves, we have Abraham as our father. For I tell you, Elohim is able from these stones to raise up children for Abraham. Even now the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire." You see, a lot of people think they can hide, knowing that they holding all these things in their heart, holding all these things in their mind, not communicating the evil that's within, not communicating their hatred and their anger towards someone else that they are angry at, and letting their countenance fall, and they are sad because they are angry within. They refuse to open up and let themselves out and set themselves free. They'll hold it in. And by holding it in, it turns your words to poison, and you be turned into a snake, a viper within. And everybody that you point at, your mother, your father, your sister, and brother, will be to blame instead of saying it's you. Like Yahuwah told Cain after he killed his brother, it's all you. You do it to yourself. You make yourself a viper. You make yourself a poisonous snake. You make yourself a cobra. You do that. You chose darkness. You chose the Malach Rasha. You chose the adder serpent of darkness that coats in multicolored clothes and covers himself. You created that. You God, you goddess, you child. You did that. Stop blaming somebody else. Stop blaming somebody else. You created the poisonous snake within. You gave heed to Satan. You didn't communicate. You don't talk. You hold it in. Like he says, you have a mute demon like Cain did. He did never tell no one because he had a mute demon. And you think about that. Express yourself, right? And Elohim is able of these stones to raise up children for Abraham. Even now the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Matthew 23:33. Fill up then the measure of your fathers, you serpents, you brood of vipers. How are you to escape being sentenced to Sheol? Therefore, I send you prophets, and not being wise men and scribes, some of you will kill and crucify. Cain. And some of you will flog in your congregations. Cain beat, like he beat his mother, and persecute from town to town. And some on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah and Berechiah, who was murdered between the sanctuary and the altar. You who chose Malach Rasha, the reptilian shape-shifting demon spirit, who tries to alter your consciousness and your mind and bring it to shame, saying, I love you, when actually they don't. It's all pretending. How many times have you ran into somebody who said they love you, but then they kill you? They seek to kill you. They seek to take you out. Truly, I say to you, all these things will come upon this generation. So here we go. This is Judges or Judges 16:1. It says, and Shamshun went to Gaza, and there he saw a prostitute. And he went into her. Didn't we just read in the Testament of Louis? He said, you're going to be darkened through transgressions. He said, harlots, you're going to be joined to. Samson, Shamshun. Here is Samson, Shamshun, a God who's in darkness. He's in darkness right here. He chose Malach Rasha. He's a, how you say it, in darkness. He said the Gezites were told, Shamshun has come here, and they surrounded the place and set an ambush for him all night at the gate of the city. And they kept quiet all night, saying, let us wait till the light of the morning, and we will kill him. Like, you see when you have darkness and you're around darkness, so darkness, Samsung's in darkness and the people in darkness. So you got darkness and darkness fighting each other and they killing each other. And who's the orchestrator of the darkness? Malak Rasha, reptile, adder, snake man, with a hoodie, dark clothes. Which one do you choose? Every man's doing it right in their own eyes if you read the very first chapter of this Judges. But Shamshun later midnight, and at midnight he arose and took hold of the doorposts of the gate of the city and the two posts and put them up, bar and all, and put them on his shoulders and carried them on the top of the hill that is in the front of Hebron. When Yahushua went up and the sun went down at noon, it was midnight. And he carried the actual door to the gates with the two posts, which were the two thieves, and the doors that he carried up. Yahushua said, I am the door. No man can come to the Father except through me. Let's read. After this, he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek. So he went from one woman, a prostitute, and he in darkness. Right? He was in darkness. He went to one woman, then he went to another man. After this, he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And the lords of the Philistines came up to her and said to her, seduce him and see where his great strength lies, and by what means we may overpower him. Look at that. He loved another woman. But yet she was in communication. The Lord of the Philistines came to her and said to her, seduce him and see where his great strength lies, and by what means we may overpower him, that we may bind him to humble him. And we will each give you 1,000 pieces of silver. Oh, you mean he's there like the archons? We're going to stop his thought. We're going to impregnate the women with this spirit. Oh, and they created gold and silver. This is how they enslaved man from the foundation of the world. Oh, there you go, Miss Delilah. Miss Delilah, there go your silver. Just only deliver the man over and seduce him for some money. Seduce him to get money, Delilah. And that's what women do today. Seduce him to get money. So Delilah said to Shamshun, please tell me where your great strength lies, and how you might be bound that one could seduce you. Number one. That's the first time. So now she's sowing the seed in Shamshun's mind. He loved one woman. He in darkness now. Shamshun's in darkness. He already loved one woman. He in darkness. Prostitute. They try to kill him. You see Yahushua. Then now you got another woman coming he loves in darkness. And she getting paid by the government, Philistines, to seduce Shamshun. All at the same time. Please tell me where your great strength lies, and how you may be bound, and one could seduce you. So the word for seduce is putah. So the word means to be spacious, to open wide, to be spacious, to make open, to be simple, entice, deceive. Isn't that what serpent did to Kua? Seduced her. Darkness always does this. It says to be open-minded, be simple, to be enticed, to be gullible, to deceive, seduce him. We'll pay you 1,000 pieces of silver. It's like how they enslaved man from the foundation of the world. But when you put Kukma and wisdom above gold and silver, your darkness will be light. But let's see. It says the primitive root to open, allure, enlarge, entice, gossip. So when you start looking at Ptah, you start looking at Delilah. You start looking at Delilah. And Sam Shamshun, darkness in mind. He darkened through transgression, sleeping with prostitutes, people trying to kill him. You see Mashiach, and you see him taking the doorpost, then you go back down, then you see him loving another woman, making another mistake, even after he brought the doorpost on the hill. How many times after you believed the Mashiach, Yahushua, and accepted his son, that you made a mistake? So you look at the word Ptah, you got the pa, the tau, the tu, or and the he, or the ha. And it says, this pa means speak, command, voice, utterance. That's what she did. Tau means sign, signature, exit, four corners, totality. And it says ha means behold, revealed light. So now you see this Ptah, this woman, Delilah, who was given 30 pieces of silver, has now transformed herself into light, into a sign of light, and she's speaking. So the word for Ptah, you add it up, you got 8,405. It's 485 equals 17. Break it down, equals to 8. And you look at 8, you look at circumcision. What do you circumcise somebody with? A knife, a sword. A knife and a sword. Look at the word Delilah or Delilah, right? Her name means feeble. Feeble. Means feeble. So you look at the word Delilah, you got the Daleth, you got the Lamed, you got the Yod or Yod, Lamed or Lamed, and the He. The Daleth means door, gate, valve, tent, passageway, entranceway. The Lamed means direction, instruction, teach, discipline, refrain, comfort. Yod means open right hand, give, receive, attainment, action. Lamed, direction, instructions, teach, refrain. He means light, rays, gifts, stars, illumination. So this Delilah was, how you say, very wise, seduce him, Ptah him, seduce him, circumcise him, seduce him, remove things from him, remove his strength from him, remove his strength from him. Tell us where his strength is so we can remove his strength from him. That's what her name means. Delilah, seduce, cut, remove, strength, make him feeble, make him weak. Through the teachings, through your open right hand, through your welcoming, through your direction and instructions to tell him to reveal your strength, and let him come inside your house and you seduce him. And you pretend to be light. Satan transforms himself into a malach of light, or malachi, or prophet, or prophetess of light. A woman. And it says equals 79. So when we look at the adding it up, you got 4, 10, 30, 30, right? Because you got Lamed equals 30. You got the Daleth is 4, Yod is 10, He is 5. You get the 79 equals 16 equals to 7. Break it down to the smallest common denominator. Get to the root of the number. And guess what happens? You get the number and what the intentions of this person is doing. Be careful what name you choose. Delilah. And guess what Delilah means? She means the darkness. Her name means darkness. Darkened through transgression. Shamshun. Prostitute. People trying to kill you. See what happens in darkness? Loving a woman, you can't see her. You can't even, got no kukma wisdom. She controlled by archons and demons and reptilians, magistrates, adders and serpents. And then you got the seventh letter of the alphabet, Zan. Equals this, her name equals to 7. It means sword, knife, tongue, word, law, rest, perfection. So you look at sword and knife. What is that used to remove? To cut away, to remove, to take. She's doing it with her tongue and her word. Delilah. Darkness. So you look at that word, doll, which you can see it with the Dalit and the Lamed. When you look at the first 2 letters, doll, you look at that word, it comes from the very same word, doll. And guess what it means? It means low, poor, weak, thin. Who is low, poor, needy, weaker, lean? You say, I'm going to cause leanness to be in you. Lean. Darkness. How you going to get lean? When Yahuwah tells you to get lean, fasting and praying like he told Cain after he transgressed and he realized he was in darkness. That you may repent and then he'll forgive you for your sins. But look, dal means lean. So when you look at the dal, it means door, entrance, portal, gateway. Lamed means teacher, expert, and guide. The teacher of the door. So when she's teaching, Delilah is teaching, she's getting you to go through another door. Not the door that Yahuwah told you to do. Yahuwah said, I am the door, you are the branches, you can do nothing without me. So who is this door? So when you start looking at the things you go through in life, even the wrong doors that you go through are there so you can see yourself. But remember the story. She's taking things away from him. She's only there to take things away. Silver, the darkness, the viper, the adder, the one who follows the reptilians, the one who follows the guidance of them. So here we go. Continued on. It says, and Samson or Shamshun said to her, if they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings, it says, that have not been dried, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. Then the lords of the Philistines brought up to her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not been dried, and she bound him with them. And she had men lying in ambushment in the inner chamber, just like Yirmiyahu said. They say shalom, shalom. They say shalom, shalom, but they plan an ambushment for you. The people of darkness, a bunch of Delilahs. They speak peace, but yet they planning something for your ambushment. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon you unawares. Princes of darkness, following Malach Rasha, the adder. And she said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Shamshun. But he snapped the bowstrings as a thread of flax snaps when it touches the fire. So the secret of his strength was not known. Still. Number 2. Then Delilah said to Shamshun, behold, you have mocked me and told me lies. Oh, please tell me how you might be bound. And he said to her, if they bind me with 7 new ropes that have not been used, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. Which means if he's going to be like any other man, which means he ain't no man. He a God. He a Elohim. He said, I'll be normal like any other, but he's a God in darkness. He thinking that he know. He think he can see. Being that he think he see. You know, who says, I come that those who see may become blind. And those who are blind, that they may see. But being that you say you see, your guilt remains. So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them and said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Shamshun. Just like you go when they go arrest people. They scream out, get on the ground, all these things, right? The Philistines are upon you. He said the men lying in ambushment were in the inner chamber, but he snapped the ropes off in his arms like a thread. And guess what happened? Verse 3. Then Delilah said to Shamshun, until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you might be bound. And he said to her, if you weave the 7 locks on my head with the web and fasten it tight with a pin, then I will become weak and be like any other man. So while he slept, Delilah took the 7 locks of his head and wove them into a web. And she made them tight with the pin and said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he awoke from his sleep and pulled away the pin and loom and the web. That was number 3. That's the 3rd time. Trying, but she weaved it into a web. You ever seen a spider? How conscious that spider is? And it weaves things into a web. Usually the web don't trap nobody. It don't trap her, it traps the person. Now even though Samson is playing with this woman and thinking that he's smarter and thinking that he's all that, not even knowing, the tree is still being watered. The seed is still being watered. Even though she's speaking to him, she's still crafty and it's still being watered. The tree, the seed, to try to find out that one thing that she wants to know. And she keeps poking at it. He hasn't left yet. He hasn't left the darkness yet. Word for web. It's masaka, or how you say ma. It says masakat, but when you say maka, right? So it means spreading out. It means a web. It says of an unfinished on a loom. As stretched out with the receive a woof, right? A fabric on a loom. So you look at the web. It says a loom is a device used to weave cloth and tapestry. The basic purpose of a loom is to hold the warp threads under tension to facilitate the interweaving of the weft thread. The precise shape of a loom, its mechanics may vary, but the basic function is the same. Tension, warp in a thread. So when you look at the World Wide Web, it's the spreading out of the web. Because when you look at a spider web, it's there to entrap one in, to remove the life out of the bug once it's trapped in the web. So when you start looking at Delilah, the darkness, those who darken through transgression, those who are not enlightened in mind, those who don't have the aura from the beginning in their mind, you can be entrapped. And it's there, just like Delilah's name means, is to remove. It means feeble, to make you weak, to take away your strength and your intellect. Masakah. So this is the 4th time and final time that she's bothering, how you say, or she's enticing or seducing. Because as long as you keep entertaining the seduction, eventually you'll give in. So this is 4. And she said to him, how can you say I love you? Oh, isn't that what Satan told Cain? I love you. I wouldn't even tell you this if I didn't love you. See, she keep watering the seed, just like Satan did Cain, to get him to act and do what he needed him to do. That's what these reptiles, these reptilians, these vipers, these snakes, and all these beings do. The lords of the Philistines, the vipers, the snakes. She handed him over to the vipers and the snakes. So she said to him, how can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? Your heart ain't with me. Your mind, your whole mind is not with me. Like Cain was saying, he received it with joy. He said, you have mocked me these 3 times, and you have not told me where your great strength lies. And when she pressed him hard, that's what tension is, through quarreling. She pressed him with quarreling, back and forth, with her words, because that's what her words mean. She was a teacher. She was an instructor. Her name was Delilah. She was wise. She was a light. She pressed him hard, day by day after day, and urged him. His soul was vexed to death. Now that's what it is. They come at you with the words, and they vex you with their words. And he told her all his heart, and said to her, a razor has not come upon my head. Oh, he was a Nazar. For I have been a Nazarite to all from my mother's womb. A Nazar. If my head is shaved, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. When you vow a vow to Yahuwah, you are not like any other man. But when you get rid of your vow, then you will become like any other man. So now you see how Samson, he was not like any other man. He was a god, sleeping around with women, jumping from bed to bed, just like the Malachi in Bereshit chapter 6, a bunch of fallen gods in darkness. It says, when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, he told her all his heart, because she knew. He told her all his heart now. It's amazing how Delilah, her name means darkness know when truth is spoken. They know when you've spoken the truth. They know it. They know when you speak the truth. She sent and called all the lords of the Philistines, because that's what they do. They start talking about you. As soon as you speak the truth, they go to all their people and they start talking about you, because they know it's the truth. It went to all the heads and the leaders. The woman goes straight to the leaders. The lords of the Philistines are saying, come up again, for he has told me all his heart. Then the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money in her hands. They knew it was the word of Yahuwah. They knew it was all his heart. And they brought the money. They already knew what it was. She made him sleep on her knees. She made him sleep on her knees. Oh, how he loved her. Oh, how he loved her. Oh, how he loved her. She even slept on his knee. He told her all his heart. Oh, how he loved her. And she called a man and had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. She called a man. Now she with a man, and she know, amazingly, he loves her, but she called another man in to shave off the locks of his head. Ain't that something? Then she began to torment him, and his strength left him. So you look at this woman in darkness. A man comes, shaves off her head, and then she begins to torment him. But he's sleeping on her knees. So she's tormenting him in his dreams. She's tormenting him in his mind while she shaved the locks of his head. And she tormented him, and his strength left him. What type of woman was this woman? A sorcerer? and his strength left him. And she said, the Philistines are upon you, Shamshun. She's tormenting him after she takes all his strength. Because that's what her name means. When you add it up, it means to cut, to circumcise, to take away. A malach of light. She's invited him in. She invited him in his home, but yet she took away his strength. And he awoke from his sleep and said, I will go out as other times and shake myself free. I've been doing it all this time. But he did not know that Yahuwah had left him. And the Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza and bound him with bronze shackles. And he ground at the mill in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow again after it had been shaved. Now the lords of the Philistines gathered to offer great sacrifice to Dagon, their god, and to rejoice, because that's their god, Dagon. And they said, our God has given Shamshun, our enemy, into our hand. When they get the victory, when anytime somebody get the victory, they're going to praise their God. He's given our enemy into our hand. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, their God. For they said, our God has given our enemy into our hand, Cain. Like Adam told him, go offer, you take your sacrifice, offer to your God, and I'll tell my son Abel to offer to his God. Because he said, your God. He told Mashah, you take your people, you take your God. You have rejected me from being king. You take you and your king, he told Shemuel to tell the people. Just like Adam he told Cain. Take you and your God, offer to your God. And that's what they're doing here. For they said, our God has given our enemy into our hand, the ravager of our country, who has killed many of us. And when their hearts were merry, they said, call Shamshun, that he may entertain us. And that's what all they want you to do. Once they capture you, once you sign that contract to whatever you're going to do, like a music industry or anything, or NFL or a football or anything, once they get you captive, entertain us. They take away and make you feeble. So they called Shamshun out of the prison, and he entertained them. They bring you out of your gateway, your portal, your locker room, out of the prison. They made him stand before the pillars, and Shamshun said to the young man who held him by the hands, let me feel the pillars on which the house rests, that I may lean against them. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there. On the roof there were about 3,000 men and women who looked on while Shamshun entertained. It'd be 60,000, 100,000 looking on while you entertain today. It says, then Shamshun called to Yahuwah and said, Yahuwah, please remember me and please strengthen me only this once. Because now you see that your strength is gone. You're weak, you're feeble, just like Delilah made you. Just like the darkness, Delilah made you. She cut and removed and wove you in her web and put tension, just like a garment, and wove you intertwined and entangled you in the Philistines and her web of Philistines and her money and her silver and all these gold. Judas. That woman could be a Judas too. Oh, Judas. And guess what it says? He says, please strengthen me this once, Yahuwah, that I may avenge on the Philistines for my 2 eyes. That's what he wanted strength for. Only thing he worried about is his 2 eyes. He wasn't worried about he was in darkness. He wasn't worried about his sin. He wasn't worried about he slept with prostitute. He wasn't worried about he was full of anger. Right, because he ain't loved the woman he first got, and his father gave her to somebody else because he thought he hated her. He wasn't thinking about all the things that he was doing and his behavior and how he loved strange women. He wasn't thinking about his dark mind. He didn't even think about being in darkness. He thinking that his darkness was his two eyes that he saw in his face. Because he felt like he was strong, like how he was his whole life. How he traveled up, how he was able to kill 3,000 men with a jawbone of a donkey. How he was able to go through and out, and everybody feared him. He was able to get parables and all these things in his mind. And he was able to get people to clap for him and all the things that he did, get garments and things. And everything that he was able to do. But he wasn't thinking about that darkness that's in. He was thinking about the darkness he can't see with his two eyes. But what about the darkness that's in his mind? What about the darkness that's in his mind? Because he forsook light that was in the beginning. His frequency and vibration has now been lowered down to any other man. But Yahuwah had a plan. Now Shamshun grasped the two middle pillars on which the house rested, and he leaned his weight against them, and his right hand on the one and his left hand on the other. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." Then he bowed with all his strength, and the house fell upon the lords and upon all the people who were in it. So the dead whom he killed at his death were more than those he had killed during his life. Then his brother and all the family came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of Manoah, his father. And he had judged Yasharal 20 years. So you can see how Shamshun, when he died, he asked Yahuwah, who forsook him, "Give me strength just this one more time, then I may revenge them for my two eyes, from my sight." Because remember, they blindfolded Yahusha. They brought him to the court and they mocked him, saying, "Who crucified you?" They say he smacked him on the face, saying, "Who? Nah, but who hit you?" And they put a blindfold on his face, even as they took Shamshu's eyes. Even as he put his hand on the right hand on two pillars, on the left and on the right, even as Yahushua was in between two thieves. Even as Shamshun was from the tribe of Dan, which means to judge. He's getting ready to judge the Philistines, even as Yahushua was in between two thieves, judging between a thief who confessed and a thief who didn't, and people standing at the bottom, rejoicing that their God has delivered him into their hand, not even knowing that their God was Caesar. Their God was the king and the ruler of the country. He said, "We have no king but Caesar." They were rejoicing with their God, not even knowing they killed an innocent man. But this man right here was not innocent. But yet, Yahuwah shows mercy. Right? Gave him his strength one more time. And it says, so the dead whom he killed at his death were more than he had killed when he was alive. When Yahushua died, he saved more people and freed more people in his death than when he walked and was alive. He redeemed not only those on earth, but all throughout the cosmos and the seven Shamayims, even down to the center of the earth, even those who were once disobedient before the flood. He redeemed all that. He said, Shamayim, Yahuwah even said it in the book of Job. He said he put no trust in his Kodashim, neither let alone those of dust. He said even the Shamayims wasn't clean in his sight. Even the Shamayims, you had to wash it all away. He did more. Yahushua did more in his death when he was alive. And then he ascended back up through the Shamayims in all his glory and kabod. And it says, then his brothers and all his family came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between the Zorah and Eshkol in a tomb of Manoah his father. You mean in the tomb where no man had living laid. So you think about when Yahushua was buried in the tomb. And it says, and he judged Yasharal 20 years. So Delilah's name means the darkness. So when you look at the middle of her name, Delilah, you see Layil, right? Layil. And you see night, gloom, a shadow. It also means a twist, a way of light that is night, adversity, So you look at Delilah, she was multiple entities in one. All to create this person in darkness, to bring him into more darkness, to teach and instruct and to remove and make him feeble and weak. Figuratively, turning him to night, a child of night, and all these things. But then when he cried to Yahuwah, who is so merciful, he asked to give me strength. Just one more time. Because he was made feeble. He said, my strength is made perfect in weakness. He was made feeble. But when you feeble, he cried to his father, whom he vowed to devour at first, but he fell, and he lost his strength. But then he strengthened him. That one more time. But when we look at this aspect, we look at Delilah, we look at the darkness, we look at the adders and the reptilians and the things and the snakes and the vipers whom we communicated with. And she gave him over to the lords of the Philistines, just like Judas gave Yahushua over to the chief priests and the elders, the vipers, the snakes. The magistrates, the adders, the princes of darkness of this world, the rulers of darkness, the cosmic forces, the supernatural beings. Marshall Proverbs 31:3. Guess what it says? Do not give your strength to women, your ways to that which destroyeth kings or Malachim. Shamshun. That's what he did. He gave his strength to her by telling her what his strength was. Oh, how he loved us. Oh, how he loved the darkness. He loved the darkness. Shamshun loved darkness. He gave the darkness his strength. Gave her his strength. A little speck of light that he had inside, he gave it to her. And they knew it was light because they all were darkness. They were working for the prince of darkness, the snakes. Oh, how he was enticed like Hua was in the garden. Oh, how he was enticed like Abel in the garden. This is Tehillim 27:1. Yahuwah is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yahuwah is the strength of my life. She gave it to her. Of whom shall I be afraid? Even though Shamshun gave away his strength. But still, he wasn't afraid. When the evildoers assail me to eat up my flesh, that's what they were doing. My adversaries and foes, it is they who will stumble and fall. When Shamshun pushed the two pillars, it is they who stumbled and they fell. Because Yahuwah had an occasion against the Philistines. But in order to get them, the Philistines, he had to put somebody in darkness. When Yahushua was on the cross, the sun went down at noon, and he had to put him in darkness. He said, Yahuwah is his strength. Yahuwah is his strength. Think about it. And Yahushua, just like it was in the beginning, he was the strength. Just like it was in the beginning. What gave them strength to kill Shamshun? The little bit of light that they saw. Because they didn't have no strength at first. They said, where's his strength at? And once they got that strength from him, they got that light from him, they were able to take him out. But little did they know, it was for their fall. Because every knee gonna fall. You're gonna fall. Looking at 8:3. Then Yahushua, knowing that all that would happen to him, he knew it, came forward and said to them, whom do you seek? They answered him, Yahushua of Nazareth. Yahushua said to them, I am he. And Judas, who betrayed him, was standing with them when he said to them, I am he. And they drew back and fell to the ground. You thought my strength, you don't know who my strength is. It is they who stumble and fall to the ground when my enemies come to eat up my flesh. Oh, you mean you hard-hearted people, you flesh eaters, you lamb-eating flesh, killing my creation. You love destroying animals. You love Cain. You love killing animals. You love destroying the lamb. You love it. You hard-hearted people, hard-hearted Cain, hard-hearted people, you have not obeyed anything I commanded you from the beginning. And they drew back and he fell to the ground. They coming to eat my flesh and drink my blood. Do I eat the blood of, as we read in Psalms 50, do I eat the blood of bulls and ox, the flesh and blood of bulls? Like you do, humans? But yet, they came to eat up my flesh, and my adversaries my foes can't eat my flesh and drink my blood. But guess what? For this time, when they came to me, when Judas came, but not even knowing it was going to be the last time they were going to eat flesh and drink blood and consume animals and destroy my creation. Because I'm going to cause it all to cease, as Daniel 9:27 said. Yeshayahu 8:14. And he will become a sanctuary and a stone of offense and a rock of stumbling to both the house of Yasharal and a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Where did Judas and them stumble and fall? In Jerusalem, at the house of Yasharal, the 12 tribes, you all fell to the ground in Jerusalem. You rock of stumbling. It is you who will stumble and fall. Nothing compares to wisdom and Kukma in his word. You generation of vipers, who warned you to flee? Cain, Delilah. Matthew 21:42. And Yahushua said to them, have you not heard and read the scriptures? The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This was Yahuwah's doing. Therefore I tell you, the kingdom of Yahuwah will be taken away from you and given to a people to producing its fruits. And the one who falls on this stone will be broken into pieces. You'll be brokenhearted. You'll be broken and contrite. And then when it falls on anyone, it will crush him and is marvelous in his eyes. Isn't that what Cain did with the stone? He smashed Abel's head and his brains gushed out and the blood, he wallowed in his blood. It crushed him. But then Yahuwah put the blood that was on Abel, he put it on the ground. Not on Cain. He put it on the ground. That sin that he did, the ground bore it. This is Matthew 23:23. Woe to you, scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites, for you tithe of mint, dill, and cumin, and neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. These are you ought to have done without neglecting the others. You blind gods, straining out the net and swallowing a camel. Woe to you, scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites, for you clean the outside of the cup and the plate, but inside you are full of greed and self-indulgence. You are full of darkness. How great is that darkness? The light of the body, the light, your first eye, your middle eye, is the light of the body. And if that light be orbed, then your whole body is illuminated. But if your eye be darkness, how great is that darkness? You full of greed and self-indulgence, Delilah. Cain, Satan promised you silver and gold. Delilah, Satan promised you silver and gold. Judas, Satan promised you silver. Greed and self-indulgence. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote you this precept, to eat flesh and consume sacrifices, animals, and consume flesh. But from the beginning, it was not so. For the hardness of your heart, he wrote you this precept, that you may put away your wives and destroy women like you have for almost 6,000 years. But from the beginning, it was not so. You steal people's virginity, you steal people, you destroy women, you make them, turn them into harlots, you turn them into these things, and you destroy the very fabric of my creation and what I purpose it for. Who has a problem with these things? It says, so you also outwardly appear righteous to others, but within you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness. You look good on the outside, but within, like we talked about, I'm going to put a new heart within you, but you hard-hearted people. You hard-hearted. You ain't tender-hearted. You have to be tender-hearted to everyone, to all creatures, to all people, no matter color flesh. It's not about no color flesh. It's not about that. Malachi's real, true, original form If you saw it, I assure you, these are the things that people are not thinking about. Yahushua was in burnished brass skin of a copper. He came in that form because you are the lowest of the lowest. I think if it was in reverse, who form would he came in? He always humbled himself down to the lowest to bring the lowest and exalt them up to a higher, and bring the high down to the low. We all look at ourselves and we look at our bodies created in his image and his likeness from the Adama, from the red clay. But Yahuwah don't look like man do. Man looks on the outward appearance. They make all their judgment calls on the outward. But Yahuwah judged the mind. Because Satan can dwell inside of any mind. My stomach can dwell inside of any mind. Phantoms and demons and spirits can dwell inside any mind, no matter what color flesh. So who needs to be made free? Everyone needs to be made free. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Malkuth. That's within. So you also outwardly appear righteous to others. You got blacks, you got brown skin, black skin, you got nice looking clothes and everything, claiming to be someone. It's not about skin color. But within you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness. First Peter 2:9 says, "But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a Kadosh nation, a people of his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellence of him who called you out of darkness into marvelous light." Delilah, Cain, Judas called you out of darkness as it was in the beginning. I called you out of darkness. That's why I sent my son Yahushua from the highest Shamayim to shine light into the earth, the house, the home, the house where I want to be. And all that received the light gave you power to become the sons of Or. And then what? You can say, "Let there be light." I see you. Can you see yourself? Wisdom of Solomon 4:9. It says, "But wisdom is the gray hair unto men, and the unspotted life is old age." So it's not necessarily the gray hair or that people see. It's really wisdom is the gray hair. If you have wisdom, you have gray hair. You unspotted life is old age. He pleased Elohim and was beloved of him, so that living among sinners he was translated. Yea, speedily was he taken away, lest the wickedness should alter his understanding, or deceit beguile his soul. For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest, and the wandering of concupiscence doth undermine the simple mind. He being made perfect in a short time, fulfill a long time. So when you look at Yahushua on the stake, on the cross, he fulfilled a short time and a long time. And they crucified him, put him between two thieves. From the third hour to the ninth hour, he fulfilled a long time in a short time. Time is an illusion. He fulfilled a short time alone. He fulfilled Cain. He fulfilled Abel. He fulfilled Adam. He fulfilled Kawua. He fulfilled Shamshun. He fulfilled Delilah. He fulfilled them coming out of Mizraim. He fulfilled Yusuf. He fulfilled all these things in a short time. It was a long time he fulfilled. Over 6,000 years of acts and things of millions and billions of people. And trillions and quintillions and googleplexes of people. And all the things that transpired on the earth, he cleansed all of it, even from the highest Shamayim, even from all the Shamayim down through the cosmos, all the Rakia, all the center of the earth, all the way down to other worlds. Yahushua Mashiach, for every knee shall bow, every tongue will confess that Yahushua is master to the kabod of Yahuwah, and the vibrations and frequencies of one's mind and thought will go to higher even than the gods and the kings and rulers themselves. And one will be a humble, meek, and lowly servant, even as Yahushua Mashiach is to all people, even bowing to even the lower of a human and washing their feet and serving continually. This is Bereshit 6:23. For the commandment is a lamp, and the teaching is a light, and reproof of discipline are a way of life. It's a way of life. Yuchanan 1:29. The next day he saw Yahushua coming toward him. He said, "Behold, the Lamb of Yahuwah, Yahuwah who takes away the sin of the world." Cain, his eyes on the lamb after his heart was hardened. He had to find a lamb to kill because he had a hard heart. He had a non-sincere heart. They saw it came out of Mizraim. People they had a hard heart. They couldn't be kind toward all creatures and animals because you have a hard heart toward, we said in Bereshit, chapter 1, verse 26, 27, and 28. Because your heart is hardened. So Bereshit 2:18. Then Yahuwah said, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper fit for him." Now out of the ground Yahuwah had formed every beast of the field and every bird of the Shamayims, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. The man gave names to all livestock and to all birds of the Shamayims, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper fit for him. So Yahuwah caused a deep sleep to fall upon man, and while he slept, took one of his ribs and closed up his place with flesh. And the rib that Yahuwah had taken from man, he made into a woman, and brought her to the man. Then the man said, "This is at last is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of the man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and hold fast to his Isha, wife, and they shall be one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked, and were not ashamed." So the word for helper is azar. Azar, from helper, and an aid, a rib, a beam, a hill, a ridge. Remember, we talked about a part of a mountain range. It is a hillside, a part of a mountain range, a rib, a plank. Leaves. It's supposed to be healing on the inside. But here we go. Psalm 69:6. Now we're going to see this. "Let not those who hope in you be put to shame through me, you who are all of hosts. Let not those who seek you be brought to dishonor through me, O all of Yasharal, for it is for your sake that I have borne reproach, that dishonor has covered my face. I have become a stranger to my brothers." Cain. "And a stranger to my mother's son. For the zeal of my house has consumed me, and the reproaches of those who reproach you have fallen on me." And Cain killed his brother. The blood was put, and the reproach went on the earth. It was placed on the earth. Bore the reproaches of those who reproach you falling on me. The same way, when you look at all the things that committed when Yahuwah was delivering the children of Yasharal from the Philistines, and every man did what was right in their own eyes, Yahuwah was sending deliverers over and over again to deliver them from the gods and the nations and the 10 nations and all the people that they were worshiping. He was come to deliver them, to tear down all the gods, even as he told Yahushua Mashiach from the highest Shamayim to destroy all the gods and show them who is king and ruler over all things. For Yahuwah rules and governs all gods. He created wisdom and kukma that people speak out of their mouths. Every thought that people speak, he controls. He said, "When I wept and humbled my soul with fasting, it became my reproach." What does Delilah's name mean? It became his reproach. What does Delilah mean? Layla mean? Or doll? It means lean. He humbled his soul with fasting. It brought leanness upon him. Oh, how he loved darkness. Yahusha Mashiach. He loved darkness because that's the only way you can shine is in darkness. That's why when he told Delilah where his strength was, light shone, and it showed her what light is. Light shone in darkness when he spoke, and they knew it was your truth. That's why when they caused the sun to go on at noon on the cross. In Matthew 27, Luke, chapter 23, Yuchanan, chapter 18, and Mark, chapters 15, 14, and 13. What happened? The sun went on at noon. It was darkness. Yahuwah loved darkness. That's why he sent his son to darkness. His son loved darkness. He cleaved into his wife. Like in Yashua, to a comely and delicate woman, he came to cleave to left his mother and father, and Hayat Shama even cleave into darkness. Oh, you mean Delilah. Samson loved the woman for the Philistines. Her name was the darkness. When I made sackcloth my clothing, I became a byword to them. I am the talk of those who sit at the gate, and drunkards make songs about me. That's what they were doing to Shamshun when he plucked out his eyes. But as for me, my prayers to you, O Yahuwah, strengthen me just this one time. My Father, why are you forsaking me? My all. Because Yahuwah is the strength. All of Yah. Yahuwah, my all. Why is you forsaking me? At an acceptable time, O all, in abundance of your steadfast love, answer me in your saving faithfulness. Deliver me. Give me strength just this one time. From sinking in the mirror, let me be delivered from my enemies and from the deep waters. Let not the flood sweep over me when the enemy comes in like a flood. Or deep swallow me up, or the pit close in its mouth over me. And he tried to bury Abel in the sand. It was impossible to keep that body in the ground because he needed a witness against them. O Yahuwah, for your steadfast love is good, according to your abundant mercy. Turn to me, hide not your face from your servant, for I am in distress. Make haste to answer me, draw near to my soul. Redeem me, ransom me because of mine enemies. Give me strength just this one more time. It says, you know my reproach and my shame and my dishonor. My foes are all known to you. Yahuwah knows you. Reproaches have broken my heart. Oh, how he loved us. He loved the darkness. He loved the darkness. He loved the people that's in darkness. He loves snakes and vipers. He loved these beings. He loved you. He loved the women in darkness. He loved the men and women that's in darkness. He's broken my heart, so that I am in despair. I looked for pity, but there was none. There was nobody to help him. My brother, have mercy on me and pity on me. Then Abel asked. He said, don't beat me with the rod. If you want to kill me, take this stone and just smash me on the head with your stony heart. Oh, hard-hearted king. Oh, hard-hearted people. You smash a lamb. You hit a lamb over the head. When the lamb is thirsty, instead of giving it water, like people in the garden, you give it sour water. Oh, hard-hearted people. And for comforters, but I ain't found nobody to comfort me. They gave me poison for my food. Oh, you mean like Job said, he gonna drink the poison of a serpent and a viper, an asp. Isn't that what he called the scribes and the Pharisees and the Levites and all the leaders were? He called them all snakes and vipers. Who warned you to flee the wrath to come? You generation of vipers. How can you bring forth good when you are evil? How can it be wisdom inside of you when you are in darkness? And you darken through transgression, as the testament of Levi said and Louis. He said they gave me poison for my food. They gave him serpent's venom. And they gave him that sour wine. They gave him serpent's venom, of snakes, of serpents, of reptiles. And for my thirst, they gave me sour wine to drink. They gave you poison, asp. They gave him poison for his food. They gave him sour wine to drink. Psalms 22:14. I am poured out like water. All my bones are out of joint. You mean bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman. My heart is like wax. It is melted within my breast. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death, for dogs encompass me. A company of evildoers encircle me. They have pierced my hands and my feet, and I count all my bones. For they stare and gloat over me. Why? Because he's fasting. He's lean. I can see them. They divide my garments among them. In my clothing they cast lots. But you, Yahuwah, you are not afar off, O my help and my aid. Because my help and my aid, my bride has now killed me and put nails in my hands. Oh, you mean Delilah. For silver. 30 pieces of silver, Judas. Deliver my soul from the sword, my precious life from the power of the animals, the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion. You have rescued me from the horns of the wild oxen. Because the whole earth is out of course. The dogs, the lions, the oxen, all creatures are out of course. Because the whole earth left off from their first profession. They left off from what they were supposed to do. Dogs and lions and oxen want to eat and to kill. I liken Yasharal to an ox. The oxen with his owner and the donkey is master's crib, but Yasharal don't consider ox. I liken Yehuda to a lion and a dog to a Gentile goyim. So you got the Gentile goyim who are dogs. You got the lion, which is Yehuda, and you got the ox, which is Yasharal, all in one, fighting against Yahuwah's son. My help and my aid. There's no one to help me. All other people are against me. But who is supposed to be his help? Even his wife, his Isha, whom he left the Shamaims, the highest Shamaim, mother and father, and cleave unto his aid, his helper, who is supposed to be his helper, his bride. But guess what? She put crucifying him in his hands and his feet. Oh, how he loved darkness. She was in darkness, but oh, how he loved her. The reproaches of them that reproached thee, it fell on me. I love darkness. Oh, how he loved darkness. He loved it because he loves people in darkness, because he's light. Light can only shine in darkness. So Sirach 26:13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. So discretion means the quality of behaving or speaking in such a way to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Delilah. Oh, how he loved darkness, but yet she revealed his private information. The freedom to decide what should be done in a particular situation. Delilah, the darkness, feeble. That's what she made Shamshun. That's what Judas did to Yahusha. He revealed private information. He said, what you do it quickly. What you do, Delilah, do it quickly. Hurry up and do it. Reveal the private information. He didn't carry a lamb. Where's the lamb for the Pesach? He didn't have a lamb. He forbade me to kill it. He said, I am the lamb. I'm going to cause the sacrifices. Didn't he give the herbs and yielding seed for fruit, for food? Yes, he did. Guess what it says? Marshally 12:4, or Proverbs 12:4. It says, an excellent wife is a crown to her husband, but she who brings shame is rottenness to his bones. Bone of my bone. My bones stare at me. My body stares at me. There's only one body, but the body is staring at the head and saying, why are they staring at me? They're crucifying him. They rottenness to my bones. Forgive, Cain. Forgive, Delilah. Forgive. Show compassion, mercy. There's nobody to pity me. Where is everybody at? Behold the Lamb of Yahuwah, who takes away the sin of the world. Bereshith 2:6. So when the women saw that the tree was good for food, and it was delight to the eyes, and that the tree was one to be desired to make one wise, she was already wise. She took of its fruit and ate, and she gave some of to her husband who was with her, and he ate. He ate this knowledge, this wisdom, and they ate it. He gave him poison for her food. He gave her poison. He gave him the teachings of a serpent, the teachings of an asp, of a serpent. It was poison. He gave him poison for his food. Sirach 25:23. A wicked woman abateth courage, and maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. He said, reproaches have broke my heart. A wicked woman, that's what we call darkness. He said, you be darkened through transgression. A wicked woman abateth courage. He said, courage, we talked about within. He said, I'm going to take the new heart, the stony heart, and put one within you. That word for within is kareb. And in what did it mean? It said courage within. It says this woman, wicked woman, will take your courage away and make a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. Reproach has broken my heart. Reproaches then, the reproach thief fell on me. Yahusha bore all your sin, and we broke his heart. And he's been trying to break our stony heart. You hard-hearted people. You can't show kindness and love your neighbor as you love yourself. You can't love and show compassion to all creatures and animals and eat the plants of the herbs of the field. You can't show compassion and forgive with your pure heart, love with a pure heart. Show compassion to everyone, whether good or evil. You hard-hearted people. Think about loving your neighbor and loving your enemies. Loving those who hate you. But can you do it to those who hate you? Therefore, preparing your minds for action. Sirach 25:23. The wicked woman obeyed the courage, making a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress, maketh weak hands and feeble knees. Delilah. A woman that's married to a husband can make him weak hands and feeble knees. Delilah. If one does not comfort, Yahushua said, I look for comfort, there was none. O my help and my aid, Yahuwah, please rescue me. My hands, strengthen my hands, Yahuwah, like Yakim. My knees are feeble. Because Delilah, the darkness, has made me feeble. Because I love darkness. I love darkness and it's made me feeble. But Yahuwah, you are my strength. Strengthen my hands. That's what Yahushua did for me. That's what he did. Oh, how he loved the darkness. She put nails in my hands and my feet. Oh, how he loved the darkness. The feeble knees. Peter 1:13. Therefore, preparing your minds for action and being sober-minded. So set your hope fully on the grace that will be brought to you at the revelation of Yahushua Mashiach. As obedient children, like Abel, do not be conformed to the passions of your former ignorance. That he who called you is Kadush. you also be Kadosh in all your conduct, since as it is written, you shall be Kadosh, for I am Kadosh, or holy as I am holy. And if you call on him as Father, who judges impartially according to each one's deeds, conduct yourself with fear throughout the time of your exile, knowing that you were ransomed from your futile ways, inherited from your forefathers, not with imperishable things, such as silver and gold, Delilah, Cain, Judas, but with the precious blood of Mashiach, like that of a lamb without blemish or spot. Cain's eyes were on the lamb. He who foreknown before the foundation of the world, but was made manifest in the last times for the sake of you, who through him are believers in all, who raised him from the dead and gave him kabod, so that your amunah and hope are in all Yahuwah. Oh, how he loved the darkness. He loved hard-hearted people. He loved hard-hearted people. He didn't even have to ask Abel to repent. He wanted Cain to repent from all his hard-heartedness, his anger toward his mother and his father, his anger toward his brother, his hard-heartedness. He wanted to repent from hearkening to the word of Satan to kill his brother, hearkening and being promised silver and gold, and forsaking the world. He wanted him to repent with fasting and praying. He wanted Cain to repent. Children of Cain, those who don't know, those who are in darkness, receive the light that you may shine. He says, what shall I do? What do I need to do? Repent, fast and pray. Repent, turn, confess your sins, and be immersed in the name of Yahushua Mashiach for the remission of sins, and you shall receive the gift of the Ruach Kadash. Yochanan 15:1. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that bears not fruit is taken away, and every branch that beareth fruit, he pruneth it, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now you are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you. You are clean. Ephesians 5:25. Husbands, love your wives, even as Mashiach loved the body, and gave himself for it. Oh, how he loved the darkness. Delilah, he loved Delilah. That he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word. Oh, how he loved the darkness. But that he might present to himself a glorious body, a garment, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be kadosh, or holy, without blemish. Because he's without blemish. He offered himself as a sacrifice without blemish. So anything that's attached to him, in order he has to purify oneself, that you may be without blemish, that he can offer it up and be accepted, just like Abel was. When he offered his, he was pure inside. He had no guile, deceit in his mouth. Ephesians 5:43. But sexual immorality and all impurity or covetousness must not even be named among you, as is proper among saints. Let there be no filthiness or foolish talk, or crude joking, which are out of place, but instead let there be thanksgiving. For you may be sure of this, that everyone who is sexual immorality or impure, who is covetous, that is an idolater, has no inheritance in the kingdom of Mashiach and Yahuwah. Let no one deceive you with empty words. Satan. Remember Satan with Cain, with Delilah, the archons, offering silver and gold, and the princes of darkness, and the reptilians and the vipers who gave Yahushua poison for his food, the scribes and the Pharisees and the leaders who were jealous and envious of him. Let no one deceive you with empty words. I'll betray him with 30 pieces of silver. I'll betray him for silver. I'll give you silver and gold. Let Yahuwah be your silver and your gold. Put these things away. And he said, you'll open your prayer to him and he will hear you. He will hear you. Stop lying to yourself. We have to stop lying to ourselves. That's what we need to do. Don't go to sleep tonight. Don't go to sleep tomorrow. Don't even close your eyes. Stop lying to yourself. Make a change. Be immersed in the name of Yahushua Mashiach. If you have a true heart and a pure mind, and you have fruits, meek for repentance, you've turned away from what you're doing. You made right with all the people that you've done wrong and all the things that transpired in your life. When you went to make right with your brother, your sister, your mother, and your father you were angry with, your father you were angry with, your brother and your sister you hated, whether biological or spiritual, whether friend or foe, have you made right with all things at all counts on the earth? Or are you still holding things against people? It says, for because of these, the wrath of all Yahuwah comes upon the sons of disobedience. Therefore, do not become partners with them. For at one time you were in darkness. But now you are light in Yahuwah. Or all that received him gave you power to become the sons and daughters of light, supernatural beings inside of a human child body with a human experience, being able to see the world through your inward man, your nefesh, through the ruach, through the creative intellect of the neshama, that the breath may breathe on anyone you come in contact with. It said, for the fruit of light is found in all that is good and right and true. That's the fruit of Or. Good, right, and true. And try to discern what is pleasing to Yahuwah, to Yah. Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them, Delilah. Expose them, Cain. Expose them, serpents, vipers, adders, Louis, Levi, chief priests, high priests, officers, pastors, shepherds, brother, sister, mother, daughter, son, father. We are supposed to be the children of light, or who walks not in darkness, but in marvelous light, or continually, who delight themselves in nature and the creation that Yahuwah made, who incline to all creatures and all things and all beings that he formed. That's what we are. Expose them by light. For it is shameful even to speak of the things that we do in secret, but when anything is exposed by light, it becomes visible. Can you see? For anything that becomes visible is light. Therefore it says, awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Mashiach will shine on you, as it was in the beginning. Ruach Marakaf al Panim Hamayim, U or Haya or Haya. Light came to be, light existed. Does it exist inside of you? Oh, hard-hearted people. You see a man, you see a woman, you see an animal, you see a child. You put humans below money, silver, and gold. And you'll take money, silver, and gold, and you'll kill. You'll deliver your brother over for money, silver, and gold because you need some money. You'll kill your own brother for some money. You'll kill a man who loves you for some money, Delilah. You'll kill your brother for some money in a nice little wedding, Cain. You'll sell your own teacher, your own shepherd, Yahushua Mashiach, for 30 pieces of silver, Judas. Awake, O sleeper, in darkness, because you only sleep in the night, and arise from the dead. Arise while it's nighttime, and you could be light in darkness, and fall on your knees and pray and say, I repent, I'm sorry. And when daytime comes, be immersed in water in the water portal. Then you may receive remission of sins for your conscience and be transformed by renewing your mind. Matthew 6:22, the eye is the lamp of the body. So if your eye is healthy, your whole body be full of light. Is your eye healthy? Can you see the beginning? Can you see the garden? Can you see service in the garden? Can you see how one can be a servant and one can do plants and produce and carry sheep, but then at one time your heart is hardened? Can you see how a servant can be changed into one servant and then to another servant? You're all servants. But if your eye is bad, the whole body will be full of darkness. And if then the light in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? How great is it? No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve Yahuwah and money, Cain, Delilah, Judas. You can't serve Yahuwah in the archons. You can't serve Yahuwah in Satan. You can't put money, gold, silver, clothes, possessions, a beautiful woman, wife, anything, a desire, right? You can't follow instructions of a asp, a serpent, and poison and give it to your husband. All these things, or wife, or children. You gotta have wisdom, kukma, knowledge, and understanding. These are the spherical minds to reach the crown of life. You can't serve Yahuwah in money. You got to put wisdom in. You got to be Yahuwah, your Mashiach, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, the bear, right? The word, and you, your wife, your children, and then money at the bottom. Humans are greater than possessions, money, and wealth, as you just saw through this Kuhala. First Enoch 61:6. For there is one who perish before the Adon of spirits, and no one should perish. And he says, and one should perish, and those who are in Shamayim above, and all the powers receive their command, one voice, and one light, or like fire. And him, the first word, they shall Barak, Kabod, glory, with wisdom. They shall be wise in utterance in the Ruach of life, and the master of spirits. So when you start looking at this, look at the aura that shined in the beginning. Let me read it one more time. For there is no one who perisheth before the master of spirits, and no one who should perish, and those who are in Shamayim above and all. The powers received a command, one voice, and one light. There's only one voice and one oil, like fire. It's not my word, like fire. And him, the first word, they shall Barak. Glory, kabod, with wisdom. Right? To Barak is to do it with kabod, glory, and wisdom, which is attained through discipline and love. They shall be wise in utterance, in the Ruach of life. The Ruach of life. Let there be light. They shall be wise in the utterance of the Ruach of life, and in the master of spirits. In the master of spirits. So this is the Odes of Solomon, ODE 2. It says, my heart was pruned, and its flower appeared. My heart was circumcised. Oh, you mean like a Delilah? I was made feeble. I was pruned in my heart. Things were taken away from me. I was cut. Remember when Shamshun's hair got cut? It says his hair began to grow back a little bit. My heart was pruned, and its flower appeared. Then grace sprang up in it. Yahuwah gave him strength just that one more time. And it produced fruits for Yahuwah. For the Most High Yahuwah circumcised me by his Kadush Ruach. Then he uncovered my inward being, my inward man, toward him, and filled me with his love. for all creatures, for all people, for all the love and compassion for my mother, my father, my brothers, my sisters, whether knowingly or unknowingly, whether I know you or not. For all people, whether good or evil, you fill me with his love and compassion. And his circumcising became my salvation, my freedom, to no longer be full of hate and jealousy and envy, to no longer linger on things, to not allow things to rule me or be dominated in my mind. And I ran in the way of his peace. When you stand on top of the mountaintop and you see the wind blow against the trees and on the hillside and the clouds move on, we know that by Kukma and wisdom, these things came to be. And when the wind blows on the earth, just like it blows in the cosmos, and then the winds that blow in the highest Shamayim, and even through the 7 Shamayim in the Rakia, even though some planets say it blows at thousands of miles an hour, the many trillions of light years away, I ran in the way of his peace. From the beginning, it says, until the end, I received his knowledge. From the beginning, even unto the end, I received his knowledge. Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with him. He said, I saw New Jerusalem coming down from Shamayim as a bride adorned from the husband, as they say, it dwells in the 4th Shamayim. And I beheld it. When we look at all the testimonies and things that were written aforetime, we look at all these things and the constructs of the hidden life that's within, and the order that's within. We put ourselves aside to receive the light, and that the longing to be transformed may be continual, and to be filled with the Ruach, in kindness and meekness and in love and compassion and humility, and in joy, even as Abel was in joy when he offered up his sacrifices. He did it one good time and he just kept doing it, and had a merry heart continually, a simcha. And that the breath and that the life that he had after he received, he continued to stay on the path even after his brother tried to stop him. But yet, Yahuwah looks to rejoice over those who are still bound. For he will rejoice over one sinner who returns to repentance, than for 99 who don't need it. He said, let they speak, and speak wisdom, but it is the Ruach in man. Then that Shama of Yahuwah know what's right. Kindness and love and compassion is true. The beginning of life, the Rashith, is true. Let love live. Let love your enemies. Love with compassion and humility. Love, show ahaba, fikri, ahambu. Show it continually. Let love live. Don't ever stop. Let it be continual. That truth may reign in your thoughts. That truth may reign in your being. That love and compassion may reign inside of your thoughts and your mind. That the true light, the true ore that shines, may be continually in your mind. That your okla will be the light, the breath. The breath that was in the beginning, the ore, may be your light. That may be your substance. That may be your food, your okla, continually. And that when you do partake of this world and the things it has to offer in its natural life, let it be through the commandments and pureness of Yahuwah, Yah, the breath, and the Shama, the Ruach, and what they say as prana. And we look to the express image of his persons, Yahushua Mashiach, the author and finisher of a moment of faith.